Hello everyone, I am Tacit, and you know what time it is? It is time for the Brighter Shores Day 37 live stream. So today, a couple things. We are going to be ending a little bit earlier, going for about 6 hours today for two reasons. One, of course, is the Game Awards are a little bit later tonight, and I do want to catch them live. Not going to be reacting or anything to it, just going and, watching them, just kind of chilling, eating dinner, all that kind of good stuff. But I just kind of want to relax and watch them live. Beyond that, it's Isabel's birthday today, so wish everyone, Isabel, happy birthday. She'll be celebrating throughout the day, and I'll be celebrating it with her later today. So, yeah, definitely make sure to say happy birthday to her if you wish. And, yeah, I'll be busy with that later today as well. So we're going to be going for about 6 hours or so. And, yeah, go from there. Today, main goal, money printer. We need money. We need this number to basically say 20. It currently says 15. It needs to say 20 before the end of the stream. That is our goal. That is basically our only goal today. However we get to do that, doesn't matter. We just have to make it done. It just needs to get done. By any means necessary. Okay, we're done with bone right. We got the new AFK method. So unfortunately, no more cement going forward. This is going to be our very last one. Looks like I overbought by 1.5, but that's fine. Also, hello, Lowfig. Hello, Helvy Crypto. Hello, Mark. Hello, Mac. Hello, Isabel, of course. And happy birthday. Alright, so, someone was asking in chat earlier, not sure if they're still here, but Lowfig was asking in chat, how do you get the timer that we're using for merchant on screen? So if you go over to Steam, there are like a billion different tabs at the bottom here. If you click on the clock one, it'll bring up this thing over here, which has a clock and a timer. Basically what you want to do is click this little pin button, pin window to game, and now it is pinned to game. If you're trying to set it up to be a 2-minute merchant timer, go and click the repeat button, and then make this number right here, or reset it in case you were using it earlier. And then after you reset it, turn this number to a 2. And then you just sync it up to the message board, which I can't do right now because we're not next to it. But let's just say hypothetically it's like right now. And then boom, you have your timer set up to your 2-minute merchant board. Just make sure you go set it up to the board. Otherwise, it'll just be a random 2-minute timer rather than a 2-minute timer that coincides with the message board. Because, of course, that's the main thing that you would end up wanting from it. You can also change the opacity of it if you wish for it to be a little bit dimmer. Or if you wish for it to be a little bit brighter. But, yeah, that's how that works. And then the timer just keeps going. Of course, you can move it anywhere you want on your screen. But, yeah, that's how that works. And it gives you a notification. I currently have my thing muted. You'd have to do that from system sounds if you want to mute it, though. You can, through your computer system sounds, mute the alarm that goes off every 2 minutes. I did that just so it wouldn't keep making a beeping noise every 2 minutes because it get really annoying over the course of an hour if that thing goes off 30 times. But you can keep the sound on if you want, if you just want it for the notification. I'm not sure how to disable the notification. Notification always plays, but the sound can be disabled through system sounds. Yeah, that's how you do that. Anyways, so let's start getting around to things. Let me go and get rid of, I guess, the last of these bones. I don't know, should I save them for when trading comes out? Should really just sell them out. You know, I need the money more than however many cents this will be down the line. Let me go and sell this out. Go and store all of our junk. And we are officially done with tier 2 cement. I think we ended up getting a good amount too, like 50. Is it enough to AFK it for like 4 days when Builder comes out? I'm not sure the full level range you'll be able to AFK this for Builder, but 43.5, that's a solid like 4 nights of AFKing. So that's gonna be pretty nice whenever we do get around to AFKing Builder. Because one of the main things we'll be doing in chapter 5 when it first comes out, as far as like leveling things, is not actually Builder, but rather getting armor up. And during that time that we're getting armor up, I'm probably going to be AFKing Builder, which sounds like it would work out pretty well. Do this initially, and then, you know, throw down the other one for a lot better rate. But anyways, today's goal is make money through any means necessary. How we are going to go about that, I'm not sure. I was considering leatherworker. We have gotten the merchant off stream to go do leatherworker. So honestly, I think we go do leatherworker. Based on the math we did earlier, it should take a bit under 5 hours for us to complete what we want. Technically, I only need about 4 more gold, but I want to get 5 just to have some spirit and everything. 20 gold just seems like a nice end goal as far as money is concerned. So once again, we shall start up the money printer sweatshop. Gosh, the amount of bots that are going to be here down the line is going to be so high. Obviously, it'll have better bot detection. There already is some bots here now. But hopefully their bot detection gets way better down the line. Because, gosh, this place is going to be crowded at some point. It kind of already is. Oh, wait, I forgot I don't have anything to sell. I'm like just talking to them as if I have a sell option. But yeah, let me go do our leatherworker over here. Honestly, I'm not sure if I should do merchant leatherworker. People keep suggesting that I do. Every time I try it, it's like, I'm not really a fan of it. I don't know, just something about my mindset. I'd rather just go all in leatherworker or all in merchant. Something about combining the two just doesn't quite work for me. But let me double check. What height are we even up to at this point? Because I believe we've upgraded since we've last done this. Yes, we're up to strong sheep. And then we'll be up to brown cow. Both strong. Alright, we'll go to the sheep then. And at some point soon, we'll be at cow. Cow should be, what, 1.2, 1.3 gold an hour? Right now we're making around 1.1 or so. Though I might be banking some of it, so we will make like slightly less. But that's pretty much the main goal today. Make the money we need for the rake, and then going into the weekend, yeah, start a different skill. We haven't really had the chance to start another skill in quite a while. And this will be the start of our gatherer arc starting tomorrow, as we'll finally have the rake good to go. And, yeah, just be able to go from there. But that is the game plan. Good old hydrate. Hey, we got a tree! Again, another yellow. What is with this? It took us 63 to get our first one. And now we're on, like, the biggest yellow streak ever. I gotta see, what's our thing at right now? We are at 10 yellow trees. Within basically a day time frame, we've gone from 0 to 10. What is with this? But yeah, it took us so long to get our first one, and now it just can't stop giving us trees. We have more trees than every other one combined, almost. Maybe not quite, but it's definitely our biggest category. It's the only one that has a double digit, and let alone one. It has the 3 double-digit numbers in it. It really loves those trees. Even our lowest one is only 6. Whereas our lowest one in any other categories all the way down at 2. We almost have 3 times all. Unfortunately, I still don't have one of each on every single character yet. I will be slowly grinding those out on all of our side characters, but it's a pretty low priority at the moment. I've basically just been getting the levels that they need to go and do Mines and Matubin, to go do Lost and Found. And by the levels, I mean getting to level 20 and then AFKing them the rest of the way. As well as eventually Chronopolis. But, yeah, they'll get there eventually. I could probably have them at trading within a day if I really grinded it out. I've been just playing them for like, what, 1 minute to 30 minutes a day? Approximately has been my playtime on the 2 side accounts. So they will eventually reach their goal, just very slowly. But at some point, they will get to where they need to be. And, yeah, once they do, they'll have their 20 hats, they'll have their levels that they need, they'll be able to trade. They'll hopefully be able to go make 4-star equipment for Guardian and Hammer Mage. 2 things you specifically cannot do on a Cryo Knight. Cryo Knights cannot do that. Hey, that reminds me, what's our rank at these days? How many ranks have we fallen down? I want to say we're ranked 21 right now. 18? They have to have opted out. Yeah, at least one person's opted out. Oh yeah, that's one thing that was mentioned in the Q&A. It seems like, oh, Feather stopped playing. Oh no, Feather stopped playing. They were kind of doing really good with Miles ES. They were both kind of going, again, you know, they were both going like the non-combat kind of like skilling route. But yeah, what happened? They quit the game. That or they stopped playing like or you know, they got a lot more casual with it or something. But I can tell because they were like, gosh, like 15 ranks higher than us perpetually. And I even noticed they were kind of slowing down, but apparently they like stopped potentially or really slowed down. Because yeah, we finally passed Feathers. Oh no. I'm not sure if they're still around or not. But the fact that we passed them with how slow we're going, I think they may have. Because that means they're going even slower than us. Is we just gained like 15 ranks on them. Compared to where they were before. Because they were like right over here with like Miles ES, like 1 rank below. And kind of doing like the skilling route rather than like going all in combat and getting 200 all combat. But yeah, then they kind of stopped. So we got a new guy on the leaderboard, Kiv. Oh, so this guy was going like right at our level for like the longest time. He's now like 20-30 ahead of us. Let's see, did he go heavy Chronopolis? No, this isn't the guy that did post 200 Chronopolis. Though interestingly enough, he did go 200 Wash Person without going 200 Detective. Which is a bold and interesting combination. Oh yeah, I just realized my daily's gonna be ready soon. I actually took it. Remember yesterday when I said, oh, I need to go remember as soon as I end the stream and to go grab a bite to eat to actually remember to go grab my dailies? Well, I didn't. And it took like 2 or 3 hours later, and so I was like, oh yeah, I didn't run my dailies yet, did I? And yeah, good old awful dailies. No, I don't mind dailies in games. It's just I don't know. They're not ideal. But obviously, at least the system for dailies, it's really limited. So you only ever have to do 2 dailies, even if they had like 100 or 200. And even once we have every slot, you know, only 6 dailies doesn't take that long. Like what, 5 minutes tops to go run 6 dailies. So I like the system that they set up for it. It's just dailies in any game is just eh. Luckily, it only takes like 5 minutes though once they have 6, so it's not that big a deal. Only problem is some of them are a little far away. Most of them are pretty close to a teleport. But let's say hypothetically, when Chapter 5 comes out, these bricks over here and tiles will be one that you can do as a venture. Currently, you can't. But you have to teleport all the way over there and then walk all the way over here. And then if you want to bank it immediately, you then have to walk all the way over here to the little storage, the building material storage. It is quite a walk. It is actually one of the furthest dailies from a point of interest. It's kind of unfortunate. I'm not sure if they're ever going to change that or something. Probably not. But, yeah, it's really far. I don't think a single daily is actually further away from a teleport spot, especially with the fact that you still have to bank afterwards. Unless you're going to double bank at once or something with like a storage rift. But, you know, doing 2 of your dailies to go bank that way. But otherwise, yeah, that's not going to be ideal. It's really, really far away. You can't currently do these, though, because the material doesn't exist. Oddly enough, you can get cement, but you can't get bricks or tiles at the moment. It's one weird oddity with being able to get stuff from Chapter 5, is you can get your cement, but you can't get those other 2. Or maybe the other higher tier ones actually work. Maybe just tier 1 that doesn't. But I'm pretty sure none of them work. I don't know. Has anyone actually gotten any of the bricks or tiles ventures to work? Because last I recall they were doing nothing, but I haven't actually tested them in like a month. So I'm not sure if they've tweaked it since then. I haven't seen any patch notes that mentioned one way or another that they have. But I assume they haven't. But I haven't actually checked in recent times. Maybe we will. You know what? Maybe in 2 hours and 17 minutes I'll go check then. See if we can run a tile and brick venture. I highly, highly, highly doubt it though. But, yeah, I haven't tested in like a month. But I don't think they actually added it yet. You can only do cement for some reason. But not the other 2. It's kind of weird. Anyways, let's see. Probably because those are more active material, where cement is an AFK material, so they don't really care as much if people get it early, because it doesn't matter as much. Whereas tiles and bricks are probably really active training material kind of things, where that translates like directly into XP. So hello, Striss. Hello, more zombies. Hello, MF. Let's see. You just don't fuss on min-maxing. Oh yeah, I haven't really been min-maxing much. I would still say we're playing somewhat casually. Less casually than like the first week we were playing, obviously. But I would still say like we're definitely not like over min-maxing. I'm not like chugging a 5% pot like every few seconds. I'm not always potting up whenever I use a knowledge point. We're not necessarily doing the most efficient order. Sometimes we just do whatever we feel like doing because it's fun. Like, you might randomly see me go get 50 fishing one day, not because we need it, but because, why not? Let's do some fishing. Not even 20 levels, maybe just like 5 levels out of nowhere, or even just like 2. Just like, I feel like fishing, let's go fishing. But, stuff like that. But, a current goal is, of course, print money until we have the level 25 rake, and then utilize the level 25 rake. Also, one thing that I was thinking of earlier that I didn't actually check. Does anyone know? Because I was checking the wiki, and I noticed that the rake showed up as improving the AFK activity. And then I realized something. What happens with the pickaxe? Does the pickaxe improve your AFK activities? With that being said, I haven't actually checked that since then. It was just like a random thought I had at night while I was laying down. And obviously I wasn't going to go check because I was trying to sleep. But, I want to go check something real quick. Also, where on earth is the, there it is. Wow, it's all the way over there. That's not what I want. Oh, so did my guy stop making leather? Go back. Go back to making leather. Go, go, go. Leather. I need more leather. Anyways, what was I doing? I was going to go search for, mining. I want to see something. Because I feel like the AFK activities for miner, which I don't have leveled at all, which I might need to go pivot to soon. I think these activities might improve from a pickaxe. Let me see something. Does the wiki mention anything on it? Oh, it's not mentioning the AFK activities here. Let me go check the next category down. Here we go. Oh. Oh. It does. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, we need to go get the AFK activities for mining soon. Oh. Oh. Oh, well, I know what I'm putting my knowledge into today. Honestly, it should be smithing. But that kind of changes everything. Oh. And then we could do it for post 200 to post 200. Because all these materials are for post 200 stuff. Like right now, it could be AFK marble. And then eventually we get up to constellation. I'm curious, what level is marble? Do we know? Let's see. Marble black. Let me go check something. When in stonemason can you use marble black? Or doesn't that really say? 195. Ah, so that's still the pre-200 activity then. So yeah, marble black doesn't matter as much. When it starts to matter is the one after that. The shimmer stone. The 215. Because one thing that I kind of want to do this for, I haven't been doing it quite yet because it just doesn't seem worth it. But post 200 in all of them is actually really good. Not this one yet, not this one. But post 200 starting at 215. That's when it gets really, really good. So I'm probably not going to do that right now. But after we get a high enough smithing that I can get 200 smithing, I think we start moving to the get knowledge into mining pivot. Until we can get to that 45 mining activity. You know, 45 knowledge into it. That would take about 1 day. Even with average methods, well, maybe a little bit longer. Because with average methods, we'd have to get about 4 a day. Or, you know, 4 per hour. But the average methods are close to like 3.5 an hour. But, yeah, it would still take about a day, a little over a day. And we would end up getting ourselves the ability to AFK mining at 215. That's actually really, really, really big to start feeding XP into the other two. Because let's go check. When's the Constellation Shimmerstone for smithing? Because this is probably coming up pretty soon. Constellation Shimmerstone is an AFK activity we can do at 226. The only issue here is I can't do the gold because that requires panning. And we're not going to do panning because it doesn't use a pickaxe. But what does use a pickaxe is Shimmerstone. So that might be the play. And the ones that we can get from mining. Not from panning, but specifically mining. Like pickaxe hitting wall kind of thing. Unfortunately, that will leave some gaps within smithing. Whereas for stonemason, there will not be any gaps. Because the in-between activities are sculptures that you could do with no supplies at all. So for example, at 206, we'll have the fountain one. But then at 220, I can use the mining of the limestone in order to go and do the material. And then again, we have the, you know, no material one, the acorn at 240. Ooh, okay, I think that's the play. I don't think I put a single point into it yet. Yeah, I have 0 knowledge into it. But I've actually had my 2 alts doing it recently. And it got me thinking like, oh yeah, this is actually kind of good. But then also got me thinking like, oh, my pickaxe probably is improving the rate of EXP. Because we saw in the wiki that it seems to be doing it for the rake. So why wouldn't it do it for the pickaxe? As long as we're doing the pickaxe one and not the gold panning one, we should be getting 31% extra AFK XP. Do you know how much that is? That is a lot. Like, if that actually works, that is a lot. Like, we're talking absurd number. That's making the bold assumption that that actually is working on it, which I think it is. But if it actually is, that is a lot of extra XP. 31% on an AFK activity that's already, like, feeding you a level every, like, X amount of hours. Feeding you a level 31% quicker every single time. Yeah, I'm almost guaranteed that it does work. I just never personally tested it myself. But yeah, I assume it does work. Because you are using your pickaxe for it. But that's actually huge. I need to go get mining knowledge. That's going to be so good. I might even still do it for the 200 one, just so I can go do it for limestone later. I mean, for stonemason later. But yeah, 31% is not a small amount. That is like absurdly high, 31%. That is not a small number. That's nearly every hour we AFK is basically, or you know, every 3 hours we AFK is 1 free hour. That is absurdly good for a tool we already have upgraded. Anyways, but yeah, that's going to be our next pivot after our pivot. First I need 193 smithing though. But yeah, for every 3 hours you gain 1 hour, which is massive. But yeah, I definitely got to do that. I don't think I'm doing the 200 activity though. But 100% we got to start at 215. That doesn't mean I still need to get like 13 mining levels though at some point. Or sorry, 12 mining levels. Or 11 and a half. But, you know, we'll get that eventually. Not too big a deal. Worst comes to worst, we could AFK to 200 activity if we really need to. I just don't feel like I'm going to need it as much, but worst comes to worst. I could have AFK Stonemason from 195 to 200 to max it. That being the only benefit of AFK mining now. And again, what is with these yellow Christmas trees? We have literally only gotten yellow this whole stream. I got the curse of the yellow Christmas tree now. It took us 63 to get our first one to finish our collection. And now it just won't stop printing them. Every single tree drop, or every single hat drop this stream has been yellow Christmas tree. We're cursed now. We have the exact opposite RNG of what we needed earlier. A little unfortunate. I said, hello, Savage Shores. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, that's 100% the play. I need to go unlock the mining AFK. The other thing I still need to get to is the detective AFK. Also, I still haven't done any post 200 AFK, by the way. Like, you know, 201 and higher. I really need to. I've heard they're really, really, really good. And gosh, imagine how good they're going to be when they're 31% boosted from this pickaxe. That's going to be so, so nice. But yeah, 100% we need to start doing that. The reason I wasn't doing it at the lower level, I think I started that sentence but didn't finish it earlier, is all the lower material you're not really using that often. Like, you're not going to keep using it for every single section, so I figured, why even bother? However, post 200, we're going to be AFKing all 3 of them, alternatively. So, yeah, that's going to be great to actually be able to go and use them then. It's just, everything pre-200 doesn't matter as much for it, unless you're doing it on, like, an alt, like we've been doing, where we're doing on, like, a level 20. But it's not because we necessarily, you know, want to be doing it. It's because it's the only way they can progress the skill. But, yeah, post 200, it's going to be really worthwhile. So, yeah, I think that's going to be the pivot then. Throw all of our knowledge into, mining. Honestly, I might even start it now. The only problem with starting it now is I need 193 smithing in order for me to be able to finish smithing. And I do want to finish smithing this weekend, but I don't know, I'm not in a rush to get it done, like, now. So, especially since I'm running out of AFK activities to go do right now. I actually have no good AFK activity to do tonight. The only way I would have a good one is if I got 209 detective, which is probably not happening. I would need to get 2.5 detective levels, which doesn't sound like much, but it's post 200 2.5 detective levels when our raid den is currently really bad XP rate. So that's probably not happening. I'm not even sure what my AFK is. I guess I could upgrade bone right once and do the next bone right AFK, but that's not ideal either compared to starting to get a 200 active. So you know what the pivot probably is? And we'll just have one bad night tonight where we might just do bone right, I guess. But I think the pivot is, yeah, we start getting miner up. I need like 20 something or 40 something, whatever it was, 40 something. But, you know, we'll get there. But yeah, I'm going to put this one in the bone right because that's probably going to be an AFK activity tonight. Just make the Wendigo. But, yeah, starting the night after tomorrow, or, you know, tomorrow, basically, tomorrow night. Yeah, I think we're pivoting to mining. Because I think between now and then, I can get 40 whatever knowledge we need. Should be doable. Could even be done today if I really power grinded it. Technically we could do 41 if we want to start it immediately, but 215 is when it starts to get really, really, really good. I don't know, we might still do the 200 activity, we'll see. You may not have a choice. Might not have much of a choice in the matter unless I go power mining for like an entire day, which is probably not happening anytime soon. Unless they add queueable actions. Unless. But yeah, that's gonna be the game plan. 201 scout. Oh yeah, the progress gets really slow post 200. Everything goes like leisurely slow after 200. That's one of the reasons I'm trying to utilize these AFK activities, even though I haven't even done a single one post 200 yet. But I've heard a lot of good things about them. Because they still keep earning you levels per day at like pretty much the same rate. So even though it takes way longer to get each level up, the AFK activities still, you know, feed you about the same amount of XP. So for example, for the mining venture, we'll be gaining like a level and a half a day. Just from doing a 200 plus AFK. Which is about the same that we'd be getting for, you know, like bone right or something. Like when I go AFK to 80 bone right, we'll move up to like barely 89. Like 89, 89 and a half, somewhere around there for doing it. Whereas mining would still gain that like 1.5 level. But getting that levels for mining actively is way slower than getting it for bone right. So it's way more beneficial to do it on a post 200 skill, which I haven't done yet. We're 37 days in and I haven't done it a single time. It's one of the super inefficient things I haven't been doing. But, yeah, we need to go get it running. And I think we're going to go get it running for mining. Because detective's not as important. Post 200 detective doesn't really do much for us. Unless we want another raid den, but that doesn't really help us. It's not giving us any resources is the problem. Like, we're not making money from it. We're not making anything but XP from it. Whereas, we are making money, oddly enough, from doing miner. All the material that we AFK'd and AFK again, that's all stuff we could sell. And it's not, like, absurdly good money. But, you know, it's giving us XP and skills that are really vital while also still profiting. Which is still big. I said, hello, Michael Brooks. Welcome, welcome. As well as feeding into skills that are way more important to have higher. Like, us having 206 detective compared to 400 barely matters. But us having, like, 200 mining, smithing, stonemason, compared to having 400 in those skills is a very, very big difference. That matters way, 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 way more. Like, substantially more. Alright, I'm gonna keep remembering to buy sheep and not accidentally buy the black cow. Because we had to do so much black cow before, but we are up to sheep now. I do want to bank a couple of these, but of course we got to get our money printer giving us the money we need. But we're still not at the better hide yet. 153 will be at the best hide we could do all stream. Which is soon. We're at like 150 and a half. Yeah, 153 is the highest we could do all the way to 159. And then we're merchanted it out once again. Gotta go back to the merchant if we want to go higher. Still need to go get 30 levels on it. And go get 205 already. It's a grind I've been putting off and just doing ever so occasionally here and there. But gosh, we really need it. And the reason for the weird number is 205 is when we get superior deer. And superior deer is around the point where we get 200 leather maker. If I'm not mistaken, it goes all the way to 200. Because superior deer is right here. And actually technically only brings us to 196, but you know, you could do it all the way to 200 at that point. One less hide isn't that big a deal. But, yeah, you could do it from 190 to 200. If we were to go and 200 it for the sake of doing it. The only other difference is, let me see. How far would we have to go with Black Cow? I don't think we would need to bother with it. But just out of curiosity, if we were to, hypothetically. Yeah, it's 222. I'm not going to go get 222 Merchant. I don't think I have a 222 skill yet. And we're not going to do 222 Merchant. 205 is, like, doable. Anything beyond that's like, nah, it's not worth it. That's why my leather workers going to stay at like a 196 or 200 for a while. As I'm definitely not going to bother with going beyond 205 anytime soon. I do plan to do it eventually, obviously. Like, obviously, our merchant level's not staying 205 forever. But after we get 205 merchant, I don't really foresee myself going particularly higher on it. At least for a good while. Especially if Chapter 5 is almost out in, like, you know, a few months from now. Because currently our plan is very slowly and efficiently work towards base 200s. That is basically what we're working on right now. And still doing post 200s, of course. But still working towards, like, all 200 kind of area. Just very, very slowly. That's why our total level is, like, actually high. Not because I'm trying for total level, but just because, you know, we're naturally just trying to get everything to the super mega XP rate. There's basically 3 XP rates in this game. There's the tutorial XP rate, which is everything before 20. So 19 and below. Then there's the normal XP rate, which is 20 to 200. And then there is the endgame XP rate, which is everything post 200. And I kind of want to get everything to the endgame XP rate. That way whenever we want to do anything, it's like, okay, yeah, we're kind of in the endgame now. Chapter 5 is, yeah, Chapter 5 is like 3 to 6 months away. However, you have to keep in mind, getting 200 all at my rate is also like 3 to 6 months away. Or probably close to 3 months. But, yeah, so they both kind of match up. Which is why I was mentioning that. Why we wouldn't need to do Merchant beyond 205 anytime soon. Because they're both roughly like 3 to 6 months away. Or in the case of us, 200 and all, probably close to 3 months. Because what, it's been a little over a month now and we got, how many 200s? Only like 3, right? Yeah, I've only gotten 3 200s. Though obviously a lot of things are getting close. And the more 200s we have done, the more we can prioritize things that aren't 200. But I only have 3 200s right now. 2 that got up simultaneously, AFK, Detective and Watch Person. So we technically didn't even train them. So I really only have 1 single skill at 200 that I actually trained. Because Watch Person and Detective barely counts. You click like 3 times every 3 minutes or so. It kind of just trains itself in a sense. So the only one we've actively trained to 200 so far is mining. As well as a little bit post 200. Hello, Philip. Hello, Michael. Hello, Sanaka. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, hello, Savage Shorts. Hello, Kachow. Welcome, welcome. Good afternoon. Happy Friday Eve. Yeah, we're almost there. But yeah, are you any of you guys looking forward to the Game Awards there today? Any kind of announcements you think are going to happen? Because I always like watching them just to kind of see, like, ooh, is there a game I'm not aware of that's going to, like, pop up out of nowhere that might interest me? But, I don't know. I'll see. I feel like a lot of times recently in Game Awards, I haven't really seen much that has really caught my attention. I think the last time I played a game from the Game Awards was, oh gosh, what was that one called? Century Age of Ashes. It was like some dragon flying game, but the community for that game kind of killed it pretty quickly. As a couple clans kind of made it unplayable. for like any individual player to ever do. And they were extremely toxic. Like the game itself wasn't that bad. A little bare bones, but still a lot of fun. But the community that formed around it was just way too toxic to bother with. I think during the beta test, we were actually like rank 2 or rank 3 in the entire game when they had the open beta, which had like tens of thousands of people in it. Yeah, E3 was way better. Honestly, I haven't seen too many E3s. I had a couple friends that I ended up watching it with because they were going to do it, and they were like, oh yeah, I might as well come by. But yeah, I haven't seen too many E3s. I want to say like 2 or 3 before it died. Because isn't E3 just completely dead now? Like E3 doesn't even exist anymore, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they canceled E3. Yeah, E3's just dead. Rip E3. But I've only ever seen it a couple times, E3. I've seen all the Game Awards part for like the last 5-ish years, I want to say. Not every single one they've ever had, but probably the last 5 years. Yeah, I'm curious to see if anything will get announced. Maybe something from Nintendo finally being like, hey, Switch 2. Because have they even mentioned anything publicly about it? Because I haven't really been following the rumors or anything. I know that's supposed to be coming like sometime next year or something, but I'm still really curious on that. And anything else that might be coming out. Not sure if they'd bother announcing it at the Game Awards, though. Anything that they might want to do with it. I don't know, it's one of the times that you would announce it, though. Up there he is. I wonder what leatherworker he is. I believe he's rank 2 right now. I wonder if the bot is catching up on him. Let's see, is the bot grinding harder than him right now? Let's see. He is currently rank 2. Oh, the bot's... Wait, did the bot get banned or it is hiding? Wait, I don't see the bot on leaderboard anymore. Where's Haktua girl? Did he get banned or is it just hiding in the shadows? Because I see no Haktua girl here anymore. He's in rank 2 fighting for rank 1 against Ryan, which I've seen a lot here, Ryan. I don't have him added, but yeah, I've seen him here a lot. But yeah, he's catching up. He's almost rank 1. He's on that grind. And apparently Haktua girl probably got banned. Let's see. He's probably messing with me right now, actually. If he's here listening. We think he got banned? Nice. See, there's bot detection in this game. Barely, but there is. But yeah, the Haktua bot finally got banned, potentially. See, there's some bot detection in this game. Some bots got banned earlier today, you notice. Some going out of combat. Not sure if it was a shadow update. There was a small update yesterday with no patch notes. I wonder if that's when it happened. Because we were streaming yesterday and there was just a random update with no like reply as to what it was. And it might have just been improving bot detection, but he just didn't say it publicly because he wanted to catch all the bots red-handed that were still running. Or that were going to go rerun after the update. But I think that's what that was. Was an update to bot detection. We're in the presence of rank 1 merchant? Really? Sanai? Where are they? Are they doing merchant leatherworker runs? Or are they doing just leatherworker right now? This is hard to tell unless we look at their XP over a long period of time. Like a couple hours. But I don't know, what do you guys do? Do you do leatherworker merchant or just merchant and just leatherworker? Like, do you do them separately or together? Because I feel like it's really efficient to do them together, but I don't know, I just can't get in the groove of it. Something about it just doesn't feel right. Oh, you're just spamming leatherworker now? That makes sense. Yeah, this is the way to go. One of the most efficient ways to play right now, if you were to go ultra min-max since day 1, would be to rush Chronopolis, get 83 detective through any means necessary immediately, then go get 500 merchant, then go get 500 leatherworker. Obviously, maybe not all the way to 500, but you know, get like 300 merchant, 300 leatherworker, something similar. But get 83 detective first, just so you have all the shortcuts for merchant. That's the most efficient way to have played Brighter Shores, if you were to min-max skilling. Because then, after all that money you make, you then go buy the level 25 or 30 tool for every single thing in the game. You buy the 25 rake that we're doing today, you buy your 25 pickaxe or higher, you buy your 25 axe, You buy your 25 harpoon, you know, so on and so forth. And then you just go crazy on skilling with all the money you made from merchant leatherworker. Probably even more than 25. At that point, you can go like 30 or 35 on every single one. And just go train every other gathering skill up. Then go train all your production skills. Then go train all your combats. Am I buying the 25 rake today? Yes, we will be buying and slightly using the 25 rake today. We need about 19 gold. Actually, I'll tell you exactly how much gold we need. We need, I want to have some spear gold, though. We need 17.8 gold. But I want to get at least, like, 18.5 because I need some spear. I also want to get about 1.1 more than that, which is why I keep saying 20. The reason I keep saying 20 is I will eventually need to buy a 1.2 gold rake upgrade at 111. Obviously, we're not reaching 111 anytime soon. However, eventually we will hit 111. And when we do, I will need to be able to afford this rake over here, which I believe is slightly more than 1 gold. Yeah, this rake upgrade at 111 is going to cost like 1.2 gold or something. That's why I keep saying I need 20. As I need like 18.6 for the level 25 rake. I will then need some spare cash so we don't have literally 0. And then I'll need 1.2 gold or so in order to go and get the 5% off the rake. Yeah, that's the game plan. That's why I'm trying for about 20 gold. But yes, I will be using the rake today. I won't be power grinding it. That'll be for tomorrow and this weekend. We'll be throwing that in between other activities. But we will use our 25 rake slightly today. Not for much. I'll gain like maybe 1 level, 2 levels. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe we go up to Ancient Coin and use that AFK. No. Not worth it. There are some AFKs I probably will do for Gatherer. But similarly to the other one, it's probably most post 200 ones I would do. The only exception is, if any of these are really good for bone right. Some of these are, I believe, bone related, which I might end up doing. For example, sheep rib. I believe sheep rib is used for the AFK bone right activity. So for example, at 117, we could do that. Oh, I just realized they're really close to a bone, though. I would need them to be far away from a bone. Why are they so close to a bone? Why are you doing this? Don't do that. No, why is every single one so close to a bone? Well, when are you supposed to use the AFK activity? Because I wouldn't want to use an AFK activity when we're right at a bone. We should be in the bone zone instead. But why is every AFK bone activity next to a bone activity? That makes no sense. When would you ever use it? Is Ancient Coin any good? I assume it's just for money. What are the Ancient Coins used for? Oh, we both got him. J5 got him as well. Or got her, I mean. This guy looks suspicious. I'm gonna wait a second. Alright, you passed the test today. We'll be back for you, though. Okay, Ancient Coins are useless. Okay. But if we needed them for EXP, I guess it's fine. The thing is, does Ancient Coin get boosted by Rake? I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure it's only the bones ones. Let me go check real quick. See what the wiki gods say. Not sure if it's updated correctly, though. And it'd be hard to test it on my own. But let me go check. Here are all the AFK activities for the thing. Why did I say pickaxe? Shouldn't there be one here that's like gold that isn't pickaxe? Let's see. Something gold, gray. Where's the panning activity? They all say pickaxe, but some of these should be panning, are they not? Anyways, let me go check Gatherer real quick. See which ones use the rake. Not sure if the wikis would go to be correct on all of them, though. Let's see. Gatherer. Yeah, which ones does it say rake for? Passive activities. Or doesn't not even say rake anymore? Why do they keep changing the wiki every day? It used to say if it was rake or not rake. I assume just the bone ones are rake. I'm not sure. I would have to test it independently. Because the wiki doesn't say it anymore compared to yesterday. It's on a different page, but I'm pretty sure it's the same page as before. Yeah, it doesn't say. Huh, weird. Yeah, it said yesterday and doesn't say anymore. But I assume at least the bones are. I'm not sure if the ancient coins are. But if the ancient coins are rake, That's a lot of extra XP. It says specifically bones on the rake itself. I don't know. Coins are kind of like bones. They're metallic bones. But yeah, it's likely only the bone activities. But the problem with every bone AFK that I'm seeing right now is they're all so close to when you can already do a bone. So it's kind of pointless because you're already in the bone zone. But then you get another bone that's like, hey, now you can AFK your bone instead of doing the thing you actually want to go do. Which is really weird. Like, post 200 will matter. But pre 200, I don't think it's going to matter at all. Some of them are mining. So I haven't put, like, any knowledge into mining. I think I'm about to. I think this is our pivot. Instead of going for smithing XP right now. I think I'm doing it. Especially since I don't have an XP pot on me right now. I think we're going for the mining pivot. The AFK mining pivot. So I can start doing post 200 mining AFK. Because I need this number to be bigger. But it takes so long to train it. The bone zone? Oh yeah, we'll be doing a lot of bone zoning this weekend. Both with bone right and with actually gathering our bones. Because I plan to train almost all of Gatherer doing only bones. Which sounds slightly inefficient. Because it is. But I also want the bones for armor maker. Because you're almost guaranteed going to need bones for making guardian armor. So, that's pretty much my game plan there. Oddly enough, you know what armor is going to be the hardest for me to get because of how I'm training it? It's going to be Hammer Mage armor. Guardian weapons and Hammer Mage armor is going to be the two hardest for me to get, oddly enough. The reason for Guardian weapons is because carpentry. And the reason for Hammer Mage armor is because I'm using all my stones to train Stonemason. Rather than saving them for armor. So I'm going to have almost no stones to use for armor making. So that's going to be a bit of an issue on both sides. Making Guardian weapons and making Hammer Mage armor are going to be the two things that are going to be a little hard for us. Everything with smithing should be free though. We are banking so many bars. But yeah, when I go and train Armor Maker to 200, I'm probably going to be mostly using bones. Dunked bones. Because there's like a 95% chance the material you'll need to make Guardian armor is going to be leather plus dunked bones. Equals you get armor and then get armor making XP. Not confirmed, but absurdly likely. But yeah, soon we get to duct tape all of our bones to the armor. And get XP for it. We get to be the duct taper. And doing so will teach us how to make better metal armor somehow. I said, hello, Sir Valiant! Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's not inefficient, that's how you did it. Honestly, I'm considering it. Bone only Gatherer. Because what on earth do you get from Gatherer that's useful? All alchemy supplies I don't care about too much. Leeks are a little okay at the higher level range because it'll save me a little bit on cooking. But I don't need, like, all the leeks we'd get. Like, if I mastered leeks, we're going to have, like, 10 times more leeks than I'm actually going to even need for cooking. Like, a couple of them will be good at the higher level range. Like, we're talking, like, once we hit 89, I think this is the leek I currently need, for example. So maybe I'll grab some just to save me money whenever I do cooking contracts. But I'm not going to need more than, like, 100 of these or so. Maybe 200. But we're going to need hundreds to go get up to 94 or so. I'd probably do it for, like, a level or two, potentially, and then go right back to boning. Though then again, only for 5 levels isn't too bad. We can always sell the excess to the shop. Alright, maybe we do leeks. Leeks are the only exception. Leek might be the only thing I go for. As it saves us money on cooking, and any excess I could just sell while I'm buying grocery shopping while we're doing merchant runs. I mean, cooking runs. So yeah, maybe we do leeks, because only 5 levels isn't that bad. And we're gonna need, like, 200 of them anyways. And it'll save me, like, probably at least, like, what? They're saving me, like, 2 silver each whenever we go and buy them. So it's, like, 400 silver saved. Which, you know, 400 silver is not a lot of money, but, you know, 400 silver is more than 0 savings. Like, it's not a lot, but it's more than nothing. Plus, we can still sell out our excess. It's not like we can't just sell them conveniently. Because we can just buy, sell whenever we do grocery shopping. So, for example, if we're doing a double cooking contract and we need to go to the shop like 3 times, what it will do is every time we deposit all on the storage bin, we would then go and get a full inventory of leek and then sell them to the shop. And just do a buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. And eventually we would have 0 leeks and have sold them all. Without wasting any time, basically. So yeah, I think I might do leeks. Leeks might be the only exception that I add on my bone zoning. But other than that, they're all like dead. Like tango fruit, dead. Apples, dead. And then just do horn. Wait, why is ram horn and bone spike so close to each other? That's kind of annoying. Why? Why are they 3 levels away? Right when you get a rake too, so it'll be even a shorter amount of time. Why is it like this? But yeah, I'm probably just doing bones only. Because I don't need howberries, I don't need bitter fruit, and then we do femur shard. I don't need dock leaf, I don't need tangle fruit, I don't need sage, I don't need a sickle. Then we do a goat horn. I might go for those leeks, so we can skip chestnuts, and then go to 161 for ram horn. But yeah, that's probably the play. Bone only plus leeks. Leeks will be the only non-bone I might go for. Due to the money it saves while doing cooking, and the fact that we can sell it at 0 time when doing cooking contracts. That's the big part of it. It's 0 time sell when doing cooking contracts is pretty big. It's also like right next to a bank. Like if it was a mile from a bank, I would say I wouldn't do it. But this thing's like on a bank pretty much. If I'm not mistaken, you get leeks over here, and the bank is like right over here. It's not like perfectly on a bank, but based on where you do it, it's like 12 tiles away, I want to say. 12 tiles is not bad at all. Like, it's not perfect, but 12 tiles is a pretty short run to go bank them. Make your cryo 60 and 80 pots. I do really need them at some point. I kind of need to go and boost my alchemy, though. Because right now, I can't really train from 50 properly unless I go get foraging, like, really high and make those 50% pots. But otherwise, I'm kind of stuck at 53 right now. Until I can get to, 62. At 62, we're pretty much in the clear. Because at 62, I can make the arboret all the way until my plus 60s. And at plus 60s, I save every single one of these. I might even save the green ones, but honestly, I think I make more money just from selling them immediately. But all the blue ones I will be saving for actual combat, particularly bossing. The green ones I'm probably going to sell for short-term profit because the money we'd get from it now would be better than later. It's one of the reasons I've actually been waiting on alchemy. Because the best case scenario is I boost with knowledge point up to 62, and then when trading comes out, I go make a ton of these, and then we'll know their exact price. Like, are they 5 silver each? 10? How much are people willing to pay for them? Because whatever it is, it's more than whatever the shop is going to sell them to. So that was kind of one of the reasons I've been waiting on alchemy. It's not because alchemy is useless, it's because I kind of want to see what the market is for each item, and then as we go through, we can kind of sell, you know, directly to people. Because right now, we don't know how much that arboret potion is going to be. It could be 2 silver, it could be 3, could be 5, could be 10. Like, we don't know what people are willing to pay for it. But once trading is out, we'll know exactly what people are willing to pay for it. Clover and Thistle at 224 and 248 is 80 cryopot with gathering. Oh. Oh, thank you, Zerite. Wait, that changes things a little. Though, what level alchemy do we need, though? Like, that does sound good. Until we realize what the other number is the problem. 277 alchemy. You know how long it's going to be before we get 277 alchemy? That is a good intel, though. Clover and Thistle is for this. Interesting. But, you know how long it's going to be before we have 277 alchemy? Like, no time soon. Like, even when I get 200 all, that's still like a month or 2 grind after 200 all. Like, that's so far away that that's good to know, but wow. Yeah, that's no time soon. That's why I kind of want to stick with the plus 60s for now. Because I don't think plus 20 is going to make that big a difference. Maybe when bossing becomes really serious in this game. Or if you can actually use them in PvP. That's a different story. But at least in the current state of the game, plus 40, plus 60, and plus 80 have very little impact on each other. Because there's nothing strong enough to justify using them at the moment. Yeah. But there will be down the line, of course. It's just in the short term, there's nothing to use them on. Relative to the cost required to make them. But it is really good to know. I don't plan to do too much post-200 Gatherer, though. The main reason I'm even getting Gatherer up, I'm pretty sure most of you know. Aside from Armor Maker, I'm doing it because I want to go get some free Bone Right XP. If we're already going to be doing 200 Gatherer anyways, I want some Bone Right XP because I want to keep ignoring Woodcutting and more so Carpentry for as long as humanly possible. But one thing I want to not ignore is Gatherer. Because at least that's some Bone Right XP. It won't be as much if I did Carpentry, or, you know, Woodcutting Carpentry. But that's going to be, like, the last of the last. Like, 200 Carpentry will be the last 200 we get, I assure you. Other than maybe Combat. I don't know, we'll see about Combat. I'm still kind of trying to figure out what on earth they're going to do with Combat before I really commit to Combat. Bare minimum is special attacks, but even beyond special attacks, it's like, okay, well, they're going to rework Combat. Should I even bother right now? Or should I keep going? I don't know. We might go on our 200 pivot arc once special attacks come out, though. If special attacks are a ton of fun, we are definitely going on our combat arc. But they got to do really good special attacks. I'm not talking about like a small little, like 10% little poke. I want some beefy animations with great damage and special effects on them. If the average special attack is like, oh, here's like 15% extra damage for one hit, then, yeah, it won't be enough. But if we get some really cool stuff for it, then that'll be a different story. Because then I'll actually really want to go for 200 all. Combats. Starting with Mind Fighter, of course, because I need the Alchemy supplies. Scout and the other one also gives a little bit of Alchemy supplies. But Mind Fighter literally just prints Alchemy supplies, whereas the other two just like kind of sprinkle it around ever so slowly. Ooh, nice. Well, worst comes to worst, I could trade it to Kale and he can make the potions for me. That'd be funny. I don't plan to do post 200 Gatherer though. At least not immediately. But it's kind of funny. I could send them to Kale because he'll probably be member by then. He's currently free to play only. I think he's waiting for trading or something. But which should be in the next month, by the way. Possibly the next few weeks. Next big feature should be queueable actions, and the next big feature after that should be trading. So after queueable actions are in the game, it could be only a week or two before trading's out. Oh, we don't have queueable actions quite yet, though. You're hoping they do some cool element-based specials? Yeah, I assume they all blah, blah, blah. I assume all weapons will do guarantee elemental damage. I don't think they've confirmed it anywheres, but it's very likely. Like, my Frost Rapier will always hit for Frost. You know, using, like, a Necromay Spear will always hit for Necromay, so on and so forth. It's one of the reasons I feel like the percent is so low on them. Is I feel like they're meant to be special attack weapons. Like, my Burning Sword, you're never going to ever use. But, hey, if it has a 100% chance to do burning damage with its special, then that's a different story. There's also a reason why you likely won't ever be able to change the element on a weapon. Or if they do, they got to recode a lot of things. Because every single special attack is likely based on the actual elemental animation. So, you know, Fire Sword is going to look all fiery. The Frost Rapier, you know, is going to have like a frost animation kind of thing. Whereas they have to redo that for every single element. Or, you know, they have to basically make every weapon work for every element if they were to ever let you change the element on things. Which would require a lot of work, which is why every single one is just tied to one. It doesn't have like a billion different options on it. Oh yeah, that's something I really want. I've been mentioning it so much. I want the two-hand for Cryo Knight. I want the two-hand for Cryo Knight to do a freeze so badly. I want it to be like the Zamorak God Sword he made back in the day, where it's a big, hefty freeze two-hand, where you just whack the enemy for extra damage and then freeze them in place for X amount of seconds. It would be so funny. I want that so bad. It will definitely have to be way weaker than it was in that game, though. In that game, it froze them for like 20 seconds. In Brighter Shores, the equivalent of that would be like 5 seconds. But it'd still be enough time to get like 2 range hits off on them. Like, you'd be able to go freeze them in place and either walk under heal under them, or go and go from a range and then poke them twice, particularly in PvM. Because in PvM, imagine just like freezing a boss in place, then like getting 2 range hits by just like stepping 1 foot back or something. That'd be funny. I want the Rapier to do like 3 or 4 jabs in one action. Yeah, a multi-hit thing. I feel like a lot of the dual weapons will be a multi-hit. Like, you know, like the dual-wielding axes, the dual-wielding knives, stuff like that. I feel like all those are going to be like a multi-hit thing. Whereas all the one-handed throwables are going to do like more so like an elemental burst kind of thing. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Especially the physical ones. I'm really curious what he does for all the physical weapons, because obviously the physical weapons have no element. So they got to either be like pure damage or some kind of knockback or movement or whatever they do for it. I'm also curious if anything gets knocked back, because I feel like that'd be somewhat relevant in this game. Especially if you could knock something back and then hit them in a wall for extra damage or something. He actually did make a game that had a mechanic like that. I'm not sure if he would ever actually release it in Brighter Shores, though. Oh gosh, what was it called? It was one of the ones on FunOrb. Oh gosh, what is the list of every FunOrb game? I'll actually be able to say it like really quickly if I could just find it. Wait. What's the list of every FunOrb game? I'll tell you exactly what game it was. FunOrb games. This is a discontinued thing back when he still had it. Where's the full list? There it is. Bachelor Fridge. Bachelor Fridge had really heavy movement systems, and all the abilities in that game were all pushback or like pulls and things like that, where you would have like a double pushback, triple pushback, but if you hit something in the wall, it would do even more damage. This was one of the games he made back in FunOrb, back in like 2008, 2009. I think it was 2008, or 2007, somewhere around there. But yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Arcanist also was like one of the best games ever. It was like Worms Armageddon and Gunbound, but like actually good. No, those were good too. But it was like a spell-oriented version of that. That game was so much fun. They actually released this unofficially by the community a couple months ago on Steam. I played it at launch, but a lot of the player base had kind of died since then. It's a really fun game though. But and actually still on Steam right now, oddly enough. But yeah, I miss FunOrb. There's so many good ones. But yeah, Bachelor Fridge, this was a game that he made. I'm not sure how big his input is compared to the rest of his team at Jagex at the time, back when he still owned Jagex. But yeah, that was a game that very, very heavily had like pull, pushback, stuff like that. And if you ever hit them into a wall, not only would you do it for positioning in a fight, but you would also do it so whenever you hit them into a wall or something else, it would, you know, do extra damage. Or in that case, in the game, if you got them into a pit, it would like insta-kill them. Obviously, that wouldn't exist in this game. Insta-kill would be way too strong in that regard. But, you know, being pushed back and still taking wall damage would still be a fun mechanic. And particularly in the Mines of Matubin, where there's like a wall literally every single inch. And the reason why I mention that is the rooms are so small that having pushback where you can actually push something into a wall is actually pretty viable. That or just push back so you can go get a range hit or two. All very viable actions. Oh yeah, AOG was really good as well. That one turn-based strategy one that they had. The Alliances of Gilornor or whatever it's called. Honestly, there was a lot of good FunOrb games. I miss them. FunOrb was so much fun. Actually, I remember when because my parents weren't paying for membership at the time, and obviously I was a kid and couldn't get like a card or anything to go pay for membership. One thing that I actually did is I worked as a child labor for some guy who was making like a bunch of prayer pots and like magic longbows. So basically I would make him like a couple thousand magic longbows or magic pots on his account. And then I would play on his member account on FunOrb. And that was how I got access to FunOrb, as well as membership in normal RuneScape for some amount of time. Is I would just play on his account, and like every month I would have to do like a couple thousand prayer pots or a couple thousand magic longbows or something similar. And in return, I got to play on a member account as well as have a FunOrb membership. It was funny. But yeah, good old child exploitation. But hey, I got FunOrb out of it. Yeah, that was funny. Gosh, how old would I have been at the time? Like 12? Somewhere around there? Let's see, how old was I in 2008? Let's see. I would have been, what, 13, 14? No. 2008? Yeah, it would have been around 13, 14. I said, hello, Joshua. Hello, VidSec. Hello, Solarin. Welcome. He's picked up Goose for Christmas dinner? Nice. Hope it goes over well. There's like an exotic meat place near me. I've only ever eaten there like once. Because my dad was going out with some of his business friends back when I was in high school. So they went to like one of the like higher end meat places around here. And gosh, they had like every weird meat you could ever imagine. It was my first time trying like almost more than half of them. And honestly, a lot of them aren't that good. Like they're really exotic tasting, but in a way that I feel like the average American palate is not really attuned to. Like, it's definitely a different experience, but they're all, like, far out of reach of what you would expect from, like, a beef patty or something similar. You got really lucky. You only got 2 left and you're able to get one this morning. Nice. Yeah, that's something I actually did for Thanksgiving. Instead of doing that for like a whole turkey, we got like a really small thing for it. And we ended up doing crab cakes instead with fresh crabs. It was so, so good. Actually, I got super fresh crab cakes earlier this year. Because I went to go see my dad and other family members when I went to New Jersey earlier this year. Because I normally go there around June, July normally. And we'll again next year as well. But I normally go there around June, July for like Father's Day, 4th of July kind of area. But basically, we went crabbing a little bit again. And yeah, we were able to go and cook up all the crabs that we got. And gosh, they make some of the best crab cakes ever. Like day of catch crab cakes. So, so, so good. But there's a lot of fishing places near me because we're like right by the water. So even where I currently live, you can still get some pretty fresh crab, you know, crab in general. It's not as fresh as like day of catch, but you know, it's still like first few days or week of catch. They're just still about the same. Oh, you gotta order it like 6 to 8 weeks in advance? Oh gosh. New England clam chowder? No. This normal crab cakes. Though doing them up in a soup is pretty good too. Though if you're gonna do a soup like that, lobster bisque is like the best. Oh, I don't want XP. Oh yeah, we're on the mining pivot by the way. I'm starting to put knowledge into mining. Just so we don't have to go mine 30,000 iron ore. Instead, we're only going to have to mine about 15,000. But just so we don't have to mine iron ore for the rest of our life, we will be doing the mining AFK. Jersey? Yeah, I caught the crabs in New Jersey. When I was doing it with my dad and everything. But yeah, there were New Jersey crabs. I actually used to do crabbing when I was a kid there. There used to be a lot more land that you could do it on before it all got replaced by housing. But, yeah, how young would I have been when I first went crabbing? I probably would have been like 5, 6 years old. Like really, really young. It's pretty easy to do though. You just throw down a trap with some bait in it, pull it up, and then you got crabs. And then you have to pick out the bigger ones and the non-female ones. But it's pretty straightforward. It's a lot easier to do than fishing. A lot more chill as well. You just throw out a trap, wait, pull it up, check it, do it again, repeat. Until you have enough crabs to make as many crab cakes as you want. Or whatever else you want to use the crab for. Doesn't take that long either. We get about a dozen in like 2 hours. Which is enough for all of us to have 2 really solid crab cakes. Oh, the Palia update? Ooh. I need to go check that out with you later. Oh yeah, were we doing Palia tonight or Pal World? Because I just realized I don't even have Power World downloaded on my new computer yet. I do have Palia downloaded, but not Power World. I kind of forgot about that when you mentioned that earlier. I don't even have it downloaded yet. I need to go do that at some point when I'm eating. Obviously the old computer has it, but I haven't bothered playing it since the new computer. Interesting. J5 is just AFKing the thieves there. That's an interesting strategy. I don't see too many people doing that, especially at a high level range. He's at 197 plus detective, AFKing the 197 thieves. Like, it's not bad to do. But there are definitely better activities you could be doing. But honestly, the EXP rates are kind of dry at this level range, so if he doesn't want to do investigations, I guess that's your next best thing. If you don't want to do like 197 investigations, I guess. By that point, you'd be better off just doing 197 investigations at that point. Which honestly, I really should do to go get 209 already. I just keep putting it off. We're like 2.5 levels away, but I keep not going for it. Instead, I'm pivoting all into mining. And just ignoring the other thing. Or I need to at some point, though. Alright, one more leatherworker level. How's our money doing? So at around 18 point something, we could technically buy our rake, but I need some spare cash. So 19 is the earliest we can go and try raking if we want to go for a rake break. And once we sell this inventory, we'll be at about 16.5. But I need at least 19 so I have enough to like rebuy an inventory of hide and everything. Because that'd be a fail if I don't even have enough to afford 24 hides. Yeah, rake break. And then we can go enter the bone zone. Because we're going to be doing a lot of boning over the next few days. We're going to just get a teaser of it today. But we're going to be doing so much boning this weekend. I'm not sure if I'm going to go for 200. But I'm not against going for 200. Going all the way from 30 to 200 gatherer in like 3 days. I don't think I will. For one, I don't even think there's enough time in the day to do that. Because I'm not sure what the XP rates are like. But I'm not against doing it. I kind of want to do a bit more variety than that, though. But if I get really into boning, we might do it. We'll see. But I'll probably put a few other things in between just so we're not boning the entire time. But if I do, I probably can't get 200 in 3 days. It'll take close to, like, by Tuesday. Boning? I don't know. What else would you call it? What would you call the act of obtaining multiple bones? And then ramming them into a storage bin. I would call that boning. Oh, so many people are trying to add us again that I can't even see who's trying to add us. I really need to go through my list already and just like kick everyone who's not on the thing. We got like 10 people trying to add us right now. I don't know, is anyone here on this list of people trying to add me right now? Out of curiosity. Because I'm considering clearing this list again and then trying to get like a clear list for people to add again. But before I do either of those two things, I gotta go and clear out any of the friends that like aren't on leaderboard, just so I know you know, who's like still around, because it's my only indication right now of people who are like still around to any degree. Obviously if they're not on leaderboard but I know they're still around, I won't kick them, but I need to go do that someday. I've been putting it off because it would take like a good hour or two. Because there's currently no right-click check. Like, if I go to a friend and click on them, I can't just, like, auto-check their leaderboard. Like, let's say I wanted to check Balfour. If I click on them, all I could do is remove them. There's no, like, check on leaderboard button. I wish that was a feature. It would make it a lot quicker. It would literally take, like, 5 minutes to go check them all if that was a feature. But because we have to manually check them, like, one at a time, it'll take at least 5 times longer, if not longer than that. Is we got to individually do every single name, make sure we type it correctly, and then check to actually see if it's there, then repeat that for the next one. The biggest issue is just typing it out correctly, because I type so slow. Well, I don't type slow, but I like read slow, so it's gonna take, and I second guess myself like a billion times, so it'll take like almost a minute to type out their name and make sure that's actually the correct one. I don't want to accidentally mistype it and then kick them because I like did one letter wrong or something. Should you power level all your battle classes for the knowledge point in case they remove combined combat? I'm not sure what I feel about combat right now. I feel like they're going to keep all the skills as they are. but the combat system itself is going to change. Like, I don't think any skill is getting deleted. Like, Guardian is still going to be Guardian, Scout will still be Scout, so on and so forth. However, they might be a lot more disassociated with combat than they are now. Whereas right now, all of them are purely combat skills. Whereas in the future, like, they'd still be probably associated to combat. Maybe it's like a Slayer kind of thing. But a little bit less so than they are now. So that being said, yeah, I don't really know. It's hard to tell. Because we have no clue what they're doing with it. My verdict right now is if they add special attacks before they completely overhaul combat, I will go train combat. But I require special attacks to do so. I know he's gonna get away. He's gonna get away. He's gonna get away. No! I don't think that's ever happened to me. I got a split thief where they went in opposite directions, so I couldn't stop them both. Ah, the thieves are getting smarter. Maybe I got a split thief situation, so I couldn't catch them both. I've actually never seen that before. Where two thieves come at the exact same time, but they go opposite directions, so you can't get the other one. Because by the time you catch the first one, the other one's already gone. Well, that's pretty much how these skills already work. Every single combat skill in the game is a Slayer skill right now. The only difference is they also make your combat effectiveness go up. But I feel like once they remove the combat effectiveness, what's left? It's just a Slayer skill. Like, here's Slayer. The only thing missing is, like, Slayer bounties. Which would literally just be Slayer tasks, essentially. But beyond that, that's basically what they are already. It's just they also make your combat stronger. But I'm still not sure how I feel about getting the combats up right now. Like, I kind of want to do them, but bare minimum I want special attacks. It just feels like a waste doing it without them. Hey, Red's elf hat. Gosh, I got more hats than I ever know what to do with. I'm pretty sure a lot of people who are playing regularly are in that category. If nothing else, then about a week from now when I have 20 hats on both my two alts, hopefully it should be easy to find someone who I could just trade all the hats with real quick. So far they don't have too many dupes. I believe both of them only have one dupe so far. Of course, by the time they get closer to 20, they might have more than that. Right now they're doing pretty good on not getting dupes. The less dupes they get, the less trading we'd have to do. As well, I'm not doing any trading on this account for the hats. On the alts, I definitely will. Just to minimize how many hats they need to get. But all these are genuine hat piles, unaffected by trading. Even Chronopolis? What about even Chronopolis? As far as the alts? Or do you mean combat-wise? Do you think it would affect Detective XP negatively? Yeah, raid dens would be a bit weirder if you didn't get Watch Person and Detective from them. I assume you would still get both. It's not like these skills are being removed. They're just being reprioritized. So you'll still be getting Watch Person and Detective XP. So they should be the exact same value that they are now. Assuming you still get XP for both. It's just the combat component would be associated with some other different new mechanic. But you'd still be getting both Detective and Watch Person XP, which is the whole reason you do them right now. Is their super AFK knowledge while also getting multi-skilling done. The only big downside being you get nothing else in return other than a ton of XP. That's one of the quickest XP rates in the entire game. Because you're getting it for 2 skills at once rather than 1. How's the money printer doing? Alright, 3 more gold. We got enough. And some of that's in our inventory right now. And then we'll do a little bit of gatherer. How far can we go? If I was to keep raking, I would have to rake all the way. I'd have to do a level 30 bone. All the way till 53. No, 43. So I'd have to do 13 levels of just femur shards. Is that worth it? Honestly, probably. Because I don't need those leeks. I don't need those clovers. I'm not doing all that right now, obviously. But, yeah, it seems doable. But yeah, there's a lot that we don't know about the combat changes right now. Not much we can even speculate on because they could honestly go any angle with it. The only thing we kind of know is they're not going to completely destroy these skills. Like, guard will remain guard, hope scout will remain scout, so on and so forth. So if you have like level 204 watch person, it's not like they're going to just completely nuke it out of existence. Even though I said they're going to nuke combat, I meant the combat system, not the skills. Like, the levels that you have in your skills will still matter. It's just they might be a little bit less associated to combat than they are now. For the new combat system that they're going to be implementing. But they're still going to, you know, have usefulness. What that is, if they do it in like a Slayer kind of style or what, we don't really know. But they'll still have a purpose in each chapter. It'll just make it so they don't need to have it in literally every chapter like they do now. Which I'm really curious what the first chapter would look like. That is 5 skills with no combat. It doesn't mean there would be no combat in the area due to whatever they're doing to the new combat system. But I would love to see what they do for 5 skill synergy in one area. Because you haven't really gotten to see that yet. Even areas that have 5, they're kind of offset by a combat that's, you know, a -1 on the number. I would say the closest chapter to doing that is probably chapter 5. I mean, chapter 3, I mean. Chapter 3 is probably the closest one to having a no non-combat skill. Or, you know, no combat skill in the chapter. And what I mean by this is, Mindfighter is basically just foraging. But your nodes are attacking you back. If that makes any sense. Like, it's basically just foraging. 8 out of 10 enemies in the area all just drop you alchemy supplies. It is literally just foraging. It's just foraging, but the resource nodes hits you back. Like, chapter 3 is the closest thing to not having a combat skill. As you have foraging as Mindfighter, then bone right, mining, you know, blacksmith, stonemason. It's the closest chapter having no combat skill at all. Because the combat skill there is basically just a glorified forager or gatherer. Except the animation looks different when you get the resource. Also, if we do combat, it's definitely going to be Mindfighter. If I'm doing any combat in the near future, kind of like yesterday or the other day when we did 59 to 69 on jellies when we're going for the hats, the holiday hats. If we're doing any combat, it's definitely going to be Mindfighter. 200 Mindfighter is going to be our next one. If we were to do any combat. Just because it gives so much banked alchemy supplies. So what's the money printer? You're looking at it right now. We're in the money printer sweatshop right now. It's good old leather. There's multiple ways you can make money in this game, but this is our money printer. But yeah, it's just leather worker. Lots and lots of leather worker. Obviously with merchant discount. You do merchant, get the discount. Do leather worker, print money. We're making, I believe 1.1 gold an hour doing this right now. Moving to about 1.2 or 1.3 on the next side. Probably 1.2. Haven't seen the math on it yet. I didn't bother preemptively doing it. Oh, also, we're putting all these things into AFK mining, by the way. We're going onto our mining pivot. I do still need 193 smithing, but that's a later issue. That's a later issue that will resolve itself at some point. But for now, yeah, we're trying to get the mining AFK activity. Which I should have by tomorrow night. Also, we're going to be doing a lot of gatherers soon. We're only like 2 hours away from, I believe, getting this rake. Maybe 3, actually. Depends if we want to go for exact amount or not. Because in 2 hours, I could definitely afford it. It really just comes down to how much spare cash do I want to have on hand. And this is going to be a little bit of a shorter stream. Probably going for like another 4 or 5 hours. Half that time will take us getting the Rake. Then after that, we can mess with the Rake a little bit and do whatever else. But I at least want to test drive our new level 25 Rake once we have it. Yeah, you do need high merchant level to do this. The best money printers in the game include really high level combat. Like I'm talking 300 plus, 400 plus in the skill. But super high level combat. Forger. Yeah, actually, does Forger do it? I don't know. I would say the best ones is 300, 400 plus combat or merchant into leatherworker. There are other few handful of them, but I would say those are probably the best two. There's a few other ones that you can kind of do. Like selling off some supplies from Forger or Fisher or other things like that. Yeah, I would say the strongest two in the game right now is merchant to leatherworker if you enjoy that. Or if you want the combat route, literally just only focus combat in one area. Until you're like 300, 400. And just pick up everything you ever see and just sell them all to the shop. That way you can also still get supplies for when trading comes out. As you can save every good 4-star you get for trading. Any that you don't need anymore. Like if you get like a 250 something 4-star, you can save that for when trading comes out and then trade it out. Because that's a low enough level that people would still need it. But not so high that people can't use it. So I would say those are the two biggest money printers. There are more ways to make money than that. A lot more ways. But those are the biggest two. Get one combat absurdly high. Like 300, 400 plus. Or do merchant leatherworker. Merchant leatherworkers is so much more chill. And it's semi-AFK if you want to like multitask it with other things. Of course we're playing actively right now, so we're doing a little bit less AFK, but still. It has the option to do so. And when it has queueable actions, it might even be more AFK. If you can queue up an entire hide with 3 clicks, it's going to be so good. Because that turns each inventory of leatherworker into like, what, 4 minutes AFK? And then you got to bank for about a minute or so. But yeah, I can't wait for queueable actions. There's so much we're going to test on the day queueable actions come out. Like, we're going to do so much on that day. I'm probably going to try, like, every single skill in the entire game and see what we could get out of it. And then, realistically, half the stream is going to be us just doing our favorite queueable action method. Which I have a feeling is going to be mining. Just because you can do 888 iron ore into bank. Which is going to be so free. And that's the exact thing I need to be mining at this level range. Alright, where are we going? Teleport to over here. Oh, no, there's a lot of other ones that would benefit from it. Leatherworker, you might be able to 3-click a whole inventory. Production skills, you might be able to effectively make all, which would be really good for bars, and of course just making whatever you're making. Fishing, you can do all 6 within a single node, which is 6 clicks. Same as woodcutting. Same as mining, when applicable. Though with mining, you could actually do up to 8 nodes. Oh yeah, you know what's going to be really solid? You know how much better 8 bramble into Suave is going to be? Because you can actually AFK 8 bramble to Suave. Oh, that's going to be so good. Oh, maybe we do go 200 woodcutting. The only problem with that is you don't bank carpentry particularly well when you do that. That's the only problem with that. You're banking a very small amount of carpentry XP, but if you got 200 woodcutting, you'd only have like 80 carpentry banked or something. Like, you're barely going to have any carpentry at all. That's the only slight issue with doing Bramble Suave. It's just really good woodcutting XP and really good knowledge per hour. But you're getting almost no carpentry while doing it. You're getting very minimal carpentry banked. It's great woodcutting XP, it's great knowledge, but it's horrible for banking carpentry. So if your goal is to get like 200 woodcutting, 200 carpentry, it's not ideal. Because you're banking almost no carpentry the whole time. Can you queue dead nodes? We don't know. The feature doesn't exist yet. Though it'd be very useful if you can queue a dead node. It would also be very useful if you can queue an item that doesn't exist. Like if the game sees that you have a hide in your inventory, you could just queue all 3. But there might be an issue in the sense that the resource doesn't currently exist, so it might not let you do it. For example, will it let us queue up an entire thing of ore in one go? Because technically the ore that it wants to process isn't, you know, like processed yet. The same as leather maker. Like, we don't have currently the tier 2, or, you know, the step 2 leather in our inventory. So am I not able to click on step 3? But if you can, based on the fact that it just knows that you have the first one, that'd be really good. Because I could just click on this, and then click on, what's the last step? That, and boom, we're good. It would just be one click on this, one click on that, one click on that, and we'd come back like 3 to 4 minutes later, and we come back to a full inventory of done hides. It'd be so easy. I hope it works like that, but we don't currently know if it'll work on dead nodes. We also don't know if it'll know to work on things that aren't currently in your inventory, but would obviously be in your inventory by the end of the process. Because like right now I don't have a step 2 hide, but obviously we're about to get a step 2 hide right now. I'm not sure if the game would know to recognize that. It depends how he codes it or not. But ideally it will, because it's literally 3-click full inventory leather maker, which is going to be so free. It's going to be one of the freest skills in the game, while just printing money. While also giving you armor, making supplies down the line when Chapter 5 comes out. But yeah, hopefully it codes in a way that makes sense. But it could be really buggy at first because, you know, it's when it gets released, it's going to be new. But any big issues with it will probably be fixed down the line, obviously. But we'll see what it's like at launch. But even if it's not perfect at launch, obviously he's going to keep tweaking it until it's better. So even if we can't do something like 3-click leatherworker, down the line we'll probably be able to. Even if at queueable actions release we won't be able to. At some point we probably will. Same as like make all for bars, make all for production skills. Ideally he'll just add a button for it. Like literally right-click make all. Instead of having to do them one at a time over and over and over and over again, which is so slow and so bad. Oh, so hello, Chad, by the way. I'm not sure if I said hello earlier. So hello, Lowfig as well again. How did you make the timer loop? Oh, yeah, you're back. I showed that earlier, but you weren't here. But yeah, to make the timer loop, you go to the clock over here. So for any of you that don't know, of course, there's a bunch of tools that Steam has, because they have like every feature you could ever imagine. Oh, let me go on the next hide before I explain this. All right, one second. But yeah, the way that you get the timer working is you go and click Shift plus Tab on Steam. That brings this interface up. Here, there's like a bunch of different tools and stuff that you can do here. And the main one that we're looking for is the clock. This has 2 options, clock and timer. The thing we care about is timer. So make sure to click reset just to make sure that you're at 0 or whatever number. You then want to go type whatever number you want here. So if you want like 10, though of course in the case of something like a merchant run, you want to set it to 2. Make sure to refresh it so it goes all the way to the number that you want. And then click the loop button. Now all you have to do is click pin. This will pin it to the game itself. You can also change the opacity if you want a different opacity. And that'll make it so it just goes right there. And then you go and get it aligned with the timer at the merchant place. And then once it's aligned, you go and click play. If it's slightly behind or anything, you keep doing it until it's you know, synced up. And then there you go. And then you have a timer going that will go for the merchant runs. And you can use this for anything in the game as well. If you want to time like your potions on the ground or any other thing that needs a timer. And of course this works on every Steam game, not just this game. As it's just an integrated Steam feature. There we go. Yeah, that's how you make that work. Also, if you want to mute it, you do have to do it separately in System Sounds on your PC. I don't think there's a way to mute it in Steam itself. But if you go to your System Sounds, there is an independent mute button for it. Or at least on Windows 11. Should be on Windows 10 as well. Not sure about Mac. Actually, does this game even work on Mac? But there should be something in your System Sounds if you want to mute the buzzer that goes off every 2 minutes. Otherwise, a buzzer will go off every 2 minutes, unless you want it on. I personally muted it just so it wouldn't be annoying for people listening. And yeah, that works on every Steam game as well. Though, of course, for Brighter Shores, it's particularly useful for a couple of timers. Particularly Merchant. But you can also set it up for your hourly cooking contracts or anything else you wanted to set it for. Your potions that you drop on the ground, set it to like a 9-minute timer so the 10-minute doesn't kill them. How do you bring Steam up in-game? It's Shift plus Tab simultaneously. You have to click the Shift button and the Tab button at the same time. It should be our last inventory, which is why I'm banking these. These are going to be the last ones we ever need to do for them. Alright, and then we can move on to our final hide for today. And then we'll start selling it for the money printer. Might bank like 1 or 2 just so I don't forget. But then the rest will sell for the money printer. And then we only need about, what, 3 more gold? And we should be in the clear. Technically like 2.5. I don't need that much excess gold. I can easily get more gold later. Because we already established we need, what, 18 point something right now? We need 18 point, 18 point, gosh, I hate when that doesn't go all the way to the side tab. I have too many tabs open here. Let me go make this smaller so we can see the guy. Where we at? Oh, nice, we got our level. Yeah, we need 18 point, sorry, 17.8. Oh, wait, we can actually afford that even earlier. I can technically do that at 18 gold. Wait. Oh, we're almost there. I'm going to probably bank the next 2, but after that, we only need 1.3 gold. And we could technically go buy it. Because honestly, even 200 silver is going to be enough. As long as I could buy 1 inventory of hide, that's enough spare cash so we can just keep the money printer going down the line. Yeah, we could do that in the next hour then. And go start doing some rake break. Yeah, that'll work out perfectly. That'll be the game plan then. Hello, Stefan. Welcome, welcome. You just hit base 50s? Nice. Time to work on the 5-star quest? Nice, nice. Which ones do you still need to get done? Because I definitely suggest starting with the brand off inheritance. Lost and Found's also really good. Like, those are the best 2 5-star ones for sure. The other 2 are good for EXP, but they don't really do much beyond EXP. Hello, Blue Turtles. You gave up on leatherworking. There were a few bots, so you switched to chef last week. Oh, some of the bots got banned. I think they did a little mini patch yesterday to try to catch them, because obviously they're trying to fix everything before trading comes out. But yeah, the Haktua bot got banned. It was notoriously like top 3 leather maker, and has been running pretty much since launch, or at least since launch week, like a week into the after launch. But yeah, it finally got banned. They did a little mini patch yesterday without saying what it was, and I'm pretty sure it was improving their bot detection. There's a lot of bots that were here earlier aren't here anymore. There's probably still some people here that are bots, but they're definitely getting better at it. I know for sure Ryan, he, and Miles is not a bot here. And I guess Cactus. Or Catechus. I assume the other people aren't either. But the really obvious ones that were a bot, they don't seem to be around anymore. But yeah, hopefully all their bot detection is good to go by the time trading comes out. Because that would not be good if so. Or, you know, if they don't by then. But they seem to be already making improvements before trading is even in the game yet. You're not a bot? Are you sure? Are you sure, Brambo? No, I was kidding. Of course you're not a bot. But that's exactly what a bot would say, though. Yeah, the is a bot icon. I saw something that's really funny. I've had so many people think Isabel in my chat is a bot. It's why we have that one emote for. The is a bot emote. Because there's been so many people over the last like 8 years. Or actually, how long has Isabel been around? Pretty much the same time, whole time. But there's so many people that think she's a bot because she always says, hey, leave a like on the stream. Also, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Hit, nudge, nudge. But she always says, like, leave a like on the stream. Here's the Discord, blah, blah, blah. So people keep thinking she's like a messaging bot. Like almost like one of those chat things you can have in your chat. But no, she's a real person. It's her birthday today, too. But we've had so many people think she's actually a bot over the last, like, decade. Or last several years. Just because you sometimes copy-paste, like, the same messages and everything. Yep, it's your AI creation. It's your AI creation day. That's funny. Yeah, it's Isabel's birthday today. Alright, it's our final inventory. Let's go buy our other hide. Yeah, no, AI is getting pretty advanced these days. Honestly, I haven't really bothered doing much with it. But gosh, is it moving like so quick. Like, I see a couple things that people are doing with the AI stuff now, and it's like, what on earth is happening now? Like, there's so many imperfections with it still. But it's crazy how far it's advanced in like 1 year. Like, what AI looked like a year ago compared to what it is right now. It's still far from perfect, but gosh, it's getting like scary good at some things. Oh, I forgot. We're on a better hide now. Where is it? There it is. The brown cowhide. We should get the first time bonus. It should also be printing for about an extra 1 or 200 silver an hour. I didn't actually do the math on it, but we'll figure it out when we sell it. It should be about 1 or 200 more silver an hour. And of course also more XP per hour. I need to go clip the boss kill for the inheritance. I don't know, I feel like a lot of people killed it that way, didn't they? I don't think there's been that many videos on it. But I feel like a lot of people do try doing it that way. Well, I mean, not a lot. But anyone who's come from old school RuneScape, I feel like that'd be their first instincts when they're down bad on a fight. Is to corner trap an enemy by walk undering them. Because I know it's not like a core mechanic in most MMOs or even most games in general. But if you come from like old school RuneScape, your first instinct is going to be like, oh yeah, let me try to see if I can corner trap him and heal while under him. Like, it's not a mechanic you normally do in most games, but it's really common in old school. All the walk under tech that there is. Especially since you can red X in that game. Something that's actually impossible to do in Brighter Shores. They actually made it so you can't by disabling all actions during combat. It's why if you ever wonder why you can't do an action during combat, it's mostly because they're trying to prevent the equivalence of red Xing. Where you can basically just stun lock an enemy forever underneath you. You still somewhat can in Brighter Shores, you just gotta get more creative with it. Let's do a Rendy. How low can you go boss fight? Honestly, you can kill that boss at level 0. Because, what level does the tutorial bring you to? Level 0 or level 1? Whatever you end the tutorial at, which I believe is either 0 or 1. I don't remember. Maybe level 1. But you can fight that boss at level 1. Whatever the tutorial brings you at. Hey, a black Santa hat. I think that was my lowest one as well. I think we're kind of even on Santa hats now. But yeah, you can kill that boss at level 1. If you had strong enough healing pots, you could kill it at level 1. Literally just using the starting sword. I don't think it one-shots you at level 1. His max hit was like... I think he ever hit a triple-digit number. And as long as he doesn't ever hit a triple-digit number, he shouldn't ever kill you. Also, thank you for the one gifted membership, Isabel. Greatly, greatly appreciated. And Moondog ended up getting it. Oh, that reminds me. Now that we have slightly less members, are all of our emotes still working? Yeah, looks like they are. Interesting. Let me go check that on YouTube side. Also, thank you, Isabel, for another gifted. Gosh, it's your birthday. It's supposed to be the other way around. But thank you so much, Isabel. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. But I need to go remember to go do that after stream so I can go do Powered with you later. Because I still haven't downloaded it on the new computer yet. Completely forgot. But let me go check something on YouTube side. Oh, there's our first time bonus coming in. Nice. Because I believe someone who gifted 50. That one really funny name that I can't say on YouTube because it's very inappropriate. I think that one has expired because that was about a month ago. So technically I have less emotes I can have on the channel now. So I want to check something if, because there's probably a dip. I want to see how many it says on the thing. Because it dipped by that whole 50 that he gave. We're still at like 200 something. But I think technically I can have one less emote now. But I believe it should save what I have. I just want to see if I can edit them or something. Or if it just stays like that. Yeah, add another. You need 2 more member. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I like how YouTube does it. I'm not sure if I can edit them or not, though. But yeah, it saves your highest number of memberships is what you can do. Right now, I'm down like 2 emotes. But because I got them all in, they're allowed to stay like that. Nice. I'm not sure if I can edit them, though. I didn't want to try doing that quite yet. But, yeah. Technically, I have to have 2 less emotes than what I have right now, but it locks you in at your highest number. So even though I can only have like 17 emotes right now, I can actually have 19 because we locked it in at 19. Ooh, that's cool. Not sure if I can edit those or not, but they don't really need to be edited. That's why I wanted to get them all done before that happened. That doesn't mean I won't be able to get any more emotes than what we have for like the rest of time. Because unless we somehow get like 350 members out of nowhere on the like $2 a month thing, either through gifted or anything else, I cannot add any more ever. What we have is basically our permanent max number, but that's fine. 19 is a lot. There's a lot you can do with 19. Especially if I can edit them. I'm not sure if I can edit them or not, though. We'll test that later. I just don't want to, like, try doing something with them and then find out, like, oh, they're deleted forever. Rather than just stay locked in as is. We got the super OG ones that are just really nostalgic to the channel. Then we got the ones I commissioned from a friend, or at least most of them. I think 1 or 2 of them are missing just because I needed room for the Brighter Shores ones. And then we have every Brighter Shores class icon as well as the 2 currencies. I mostly did the 2 currencies in case anyone ever wanted to trade in chat or something. But of course, we'll be having like in-game clan and stuff for that in the future and everything. So we could just do it through the in-game systems. I just figured I was running out of things to like put as icons, so I was like, yeah, might as well do silver and gold. No point in doing a platinum because I highly doubt anyone will ever be trading platinum. That's like gambling level amount of money. If they ever had the sand casino added back into this game. That's one thing I'm really concerned about in PvP now. They did say that there's going to be free trade, which means you could trade infinitely. And he did say that you're going to be able to wager on duels. And if that's the case, they might have just re-added gambling to the game. And I really hope there's a limit to how much you can wager. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of them being able to have unlimited trade. But you definitely have to not have unlimited wagers. Because that is just going to be so much gambling abuse if they do that. We were talking about it on length yesterday. But I'm kind of scared what might happen with that. Because it might be gambling part 2. Jagex actually had to, or you know, modern Jagex in old school RuneScape, they actually had to nuke the sand casino or the duel arena in old school a couple years ago. Because they were getting too many gambling lawsuits. Because people were trading literal like hundreds, thousands of dollars worth of duels per minute. And I don't mean like the entirety of the world. I mean like individual people were doing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of illegal gambling per minute. So they eventually had to just completely nuke it due to gambling laws. And hopefully Andrew Gower doesn't accidentally do the same thing again. Because not only would that bring a lot of gamblers to the game, but also it promotes way too much real-world trading. Which also, of course, he wouldn't want. Yeah, they killed it in RuneScape 3 too. Yeah, RuneScape 3 killed it way earlier, I believe. But it took old school a lot longer to do it. Just because they were... the main reason why it took them so long to kill it was they were using it as a money sink. It was actually the best money sink in the entire game. Because people were so addicted to gambling there that even like a few percent tax or whatever it was, I think it was only 1%. But whatever the tax they had on it, it was like 1% or 5% or whatever it was. It was actually the biggest money sink in the entire game. Because so many people were gambling currency that they then traded for real money. But because so many people were doing it, it was the biggest money sink by far. Now they had to do a GE tax because they had to make up for the lack of money sink from the duel arena. That was the only thing that it did really, really good. But it was also kind of illegal based on laws in the area, so they kind of had to destroy it. But it was the best money sink that ever existed in the game. Because every duel was taxed by like 5% or something. We have a new person at work, and you ask them if they like tabletop or video games. They said they do, or did, Then they said they stopped playing because they had to grow up. This dude just lost a ton of respect. I don't know. There's definitely a balance that you could do. I'm definitely someone who plays video games way too much. But that's just because, I don't know, you only live once. Might as well have fun with it. Like, I don't really care about making, like, a huge amount of money. Like, obviously, I need to make enough to live and everything else. So we do actually do YouTube, you know, for the money to some degree. Though I haven't taken any sponsorships or anything like that. I've been offered a lot. You know what I actually got a sponsorship for the other day? Which, obviously, I didn't take. I just find it really funny. Raid Shadow Legends. You know them. I don't think I need to explain what Raid Shadow Legends is. But they actually contacted me for a sponsorship the other day. And I didn't bother replying. I don't take sponsorships. I guess I'm doing this for money, but I don't want to sell out my audience. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. But no, I would never sell out my audience. I don't care if I make less money because of it. It's a principle thing. Just do it. I don't know. If I was ever desperate enough for money, I probably would. But I would try to never. Like, you know, I'm really down bad IRL if I'm taking a sponsorship ever. If they pay you, you better do it. Well, the problem is they didn't even say how much they would pay in the post. Because it's one of those, like, automated ones. So it's like, you don't even know how much it would be. Like, if they upfront said what that number is, that would maybe convince me. Like, you know, if that was, like, a high 4-digit number, it's like, Especially if that was for, like, one video. Or just for, like, a short duration of things. But, you know, if it's, like, you know, like, hey, $10 or something, it's like, no. I don't know. It really depends what the number is. I guess, to some degree. I know. I did actually try just for fun one stream. We actually did, when we were doing a variety stream a couple years back, or several years back, we actually tried Raid Shadow Legends just for the fun of it. Because, you know, it's one of those things that get tossed around a lot, and I wanted to just see what the early game was like. But yeah, it has, like, every predatory free-to-play, like, mechanic you would ever think of. The biggest issue I had with it is energy system. If it wasn't for the energy system, it honestly wasn't, like, the worst thing in the world. I just hate any game with an energy system like that, where you're literally capped per day or have to spend more money just to play the game. I just realized I did the wrong hide again. I did it again. What am I doing? I hate when I do this. I moved to an upgraded hide, but my brain still keeps processing the previous one. Yeah, let me make sure I actually get the right hide this time. Oh yeah, I never tried Genshin Impact. Some people suggested I try around the time when it came out, and I never did. But isn't it kind of like almost like Breath of the Wild combined with like a gacha game combined with like I'm not sure what you would even call it. But it's basically Breath of the Wild, the gacha game. But with like anime girls in it instead. Alright, what are we doing? Not that one. Where's that good hide? There it is. Brown cow is what we're up to currently. Jags made a lot of money from it, knowing well that it was going on, and then shut it down when it became a little too much. Well, yeah, the only reason Jagex shut it down, they would have kept it running forever. The only reason they had to shut it down is they were being sued too much for gambling laws in their country. That's the only reason they shut it down. It was very profitable for them and a money sink. And what I mean by money sink, they were making money from it. I don't mean money sink as in they were losing money. I mean money sink as it was destroying gold, which is favorable to them because they always need to have ways to destroy the gold in the game so that there's less gold in the game so they can make more money from bonds. Because the less gold that's in the game, the more money they can make by selling bonds. So they win by selling more bonds to the gamblers. They win by bonds being more worthwhile. And they win by being able to money sink the from all the gambling. The only reason they nuked it was they were being sued for so much money that they basically had to. But if it wasn't for the fact that they were being sued for gambling laws in their country, they would have just kept it going. Because it's way profitable for them to keep the gambling going in their game, rather than getting rid of it. It was only all the lawsuits that were starting to build up that made them not do it. Or had to get rid of it. Because it's basically unregulated gambling that they were running. Are you banking the hides or just selling them? I'm doing a combination of both. Right now we're trying to get enough money to afford a rake, which we need about 18.6 gold for. So right now we're kind of in the selling aspect. However, I have been banking like 10% of them. At their lower level range, I banked all of them because they weren't worth selling. Like almost every hide pre-100 I banked. But post-100, I've been keeping only like 10% and selling like 90-ish%. I've still been keeping some for when Armor Maker comes out for all the first-time bonuses and everything. And eventually for training it, of course. But beyond that, we've been just selling them because the money we'd make now is better than the banked XP later, and we're starting to get to the point where it's really printing money. So I am still banking a small amount, but most of it I am selling. But everything pre-100 is worth banking. It'll help you out with like the first 100 levels of Armor Maker pretty well, and you make so little of them anyways that you might as well just bank them. But 100 plus is when you really start getting the good money. Like I think even at like the 100 something hide, you start getting like half a gold an hour. And where we're at right now, we're like 1.2 gold an hour. I want to say like 1.1, 1.2 gold an hour doing this one right now. It just keeps going up and up and up. Of course, that's assuming you have the merchant discount. But this one right now, I'm pretty sure is 1.2 gold an hour. Somewhere around there, give or take like 0.1 gold. Yeah, technically Jagex actually likes bots. They always have to say that they don't. And still occasionally do things to try to bust them and everything. But they make so much money from botting in the game. Not only does it make their player count number look 10 to 20% higher, but it also, every single bot has to be spending at least 1 bond per, bot. And a bond these days is like, what, $8? They keep raising the price. It's like $8 a bond. So they're making $8 per 14 days per bot in their game, essentially. So if there's something like 10,000 bots, which there's definitely more than that, because about at least 10% the player base, and they had as high as like 200,000 people the other month. But let's just say it's 10%, and they currently have like 100,000 people playing. That's 10,000. That is $80,000 every 14 days. Like $160,000 a month just from people botting in their game. And that's like the bare minimum that they're making. $160,000 a month from the bots that are going in their game. Plus the boosted player count number and everything. Because that's a lot of money. That's at least like 2 full-time employees that are just paid off just with bots. Plus they're making probably even more than that from them. That's just like the lowball estimate. That's like the bare minimum they're making per month. Oh, this could be a hard click. Oh, never mind. They moved away. I thought they were both going to walk on top of each other for a second. That'd be annoying. I wish I would change these pathing a little bit with how this activity works. I feel like this is definitely an activity that needs a little bit of tweaking. I like the premise of it. I just feel like its execution could be a little better. The whole, like, catching thieves at the merchant stall kind of mechanic. The mechanic is really cool. And it's really funny because it's the inverse of what he did in his first game. Where in originally you would steal from stalls, but in this game you catch the people stealing from the stalls. It's a cool, like, reverse of mechanic. But it still has a little bit of clunkiness that could definitely be tweaked out later. That's a really low priority change, though. But I hope months down the line, even after 1.0, they consider tweaking that system a little. How the whole catching thieves at stalls works. Like, it's fine for now, but could definitely use a little bit of work. Mechanically, pathing-wise. Make sure they don't all cluster on each other. Don't have a situation that we had earlier where one's going the opposite direction of the other and you can't catch them both. Yep, no problem, Dripper. But yeah, Leatherworker's really good. You do need to get your merchant up really high to do it properly, though. Because you don't ever want to be doing Leatherworker without the merchant discount. The only exception if you just really want to get a high Leathermaker level. Because Leathermaker actually does make money even without the merchant discount. But you're just printing money when you do have it. Like, you're making about, like, basically the hides are about 70% cheaper when you have the merchant discount. And all that 70% is just pure profit on top of the profit you would have already had. Like, right now we're making, like, what, 1.1, 1.2 gold per hour from this. But if we didn't have the merchant level, we'd probably only be making a couple hundred silver an hour from this. Which is still profit, but, you know, not anywhere near as good. The main thing that makes it broken is the merchant discount that goes with it. Otherwise, it's pretty underwhelming moneymaker without it. But it still does make money. If you just really hate merchant. It's just not as good of a moneymaker without it. I hope there's a limit they set at some point for forcing a thief to spawn. You went 22 in a row before just customers? Yeah. There's a lot of weird oddities to it that definitely need a bit of tweaking. But they'll do it eventually. It's one of those things they definitely got to do eventually, but it's really low priority as far as game health. That's definitely something they got to relook into at some point. But no time soon. Biggest thing that we're getting soon is queueable actions. Which the day queueable actions come out, we are testing so many things. I'm going to test like nearly every method in the game that's even remotely viable. And then the rest of the stream, I'm just going to camp whatever one I like the most, probably. For like 6 hours straight. I'm not sure which one that'll be, but we'll figure it out once it comes out. Though Leatherworker is definitely pretty high up there. I don't think I would do that, though. I'd probably do some kind of gathering nodes. But if you can 3-click an entire inventory of Leatherworker, that's like 4 minutes AFK. It's going to be so good. It'll be one of the best AFK methods in the entire game. Who needs raid dens anymore when you have 4-minute AFK Leathermaker? Well, the main issue with queueable actions is we don't know if we can queue a walk. And we also know almost 100% for sure you won't be able to queue between rooms. Like, you might be able to queue movement between rooms, but you won't be able to queue, like, a resource between room. Like, let's say there's, like, a resource node in the next room. Like, let's say the combat in this room. Like, I can't queue the combat in this room from this room over here, because it hasn't spawned yet. You might be able to queue a movement. We don't even know if you can queue movement, but let's say hypothetically you can. You'll be able to queue a movement into your next room. But you won't be able to queue all the gathering into your next room. At the absolute most, you'll be able to queue the movement, and then once you're in there, you can go queue up all the actions. So any kind of activity that stays in one room is going to be really good. Like, for example, if it works on production skills, it's going to be really, really solid, how AFK those are. It's also going to work really beneficially in areas that have a lot of stuff going on in one room that's close to a bank. For example, the Suave Bramble method. This Suave Bramble has 9 nodes, and if you ever need a bank, you're literally like 10 tiles away from a bank if you just go north. But you'll be able to do 9 nodes over and over and over again. Similarly, if we take something like mining, a lot of the ores in mining have 8 nodes in one single room. Like the 197 iron we have to do right now. It's not as good as doing all 10, so we'll be getting a little bit worse XP rate per hour. But we could do 8, 8, 8, bank right over there, and then do 8, 8, 8, and then keep repeating it. It's a little bit worse XP per hour compared to actively doing 10-10, you know, 10-10 bank. But doing 8-8-8 bank is going to be so much more AFK and so much more convenient. But it will be at the hindrance of about 20% extra XP per hour that you're losing from not taking the other two. As well as 20% less iron per hour. But it'll be almost purely AFK. You just go queue up all 8 nodes, wait a little while, queue up all 8, wait, queue up all 8, wait, bank, repeat. But it'll be a lot of things like that. You can do that with trees, you can do that with forging, but all the forging has to be in the same room though, to be able to do it properly. It really, the queuing system that they're going to be adding will really benefit things that all take place in a singular room. This queuing between rooms is going to be a little bit more awkward, but queuing within the same room should work pretty well. So anything that you can do all in just one single room like that is going to be really, really strong. That's not to say you can't do it for forging, but it's going to be a lot less AFK doing it for forging. Like, the most you're going to be able to queue is, like, 4, then move to the next room to queue up, like, another 4 or so, you know, so on and so forth. Not going to be able to chain it as well. Gosh, at this rate, we're going to get 207 detective. We're almost there. What's kind of funny is before I did any amount of this leatherworker, I think I was all the way at like the low end of 206. So just catching thieves alone between all the merchant training I did and all the leatherworker training I did, we've gained 2/3 of a post 200 detective level. Like almost all of that is just catching thieves. All this like 2/3 meter is just from catching thieves pretty much. That and the daily that you do twice a day for the thing that you can do in like 28 more minutes. But between that and catching thieves, we've gotten 2/3 of a level in like a couple days. Between leatherworker, merchant, and doing the adventure board thing. So almost like 80% of that XP is just from catching thieves then. At least for that current level that we're at. Not all of it, obviously. Most of it's from raid dens, but at that current level, most of it is from just catching thieves. Yeah, we don't know if we're going to be able to queue crafting yet. I really just hope they add a make all for it, though. Kind of like how leatherworker already works and carpentry already works. In the sense that you can do that for, let's say, like ore, for example. Instead of having to do every single thing, you just queue up like a whole inventory at once, would be so nice. And obviously with production skills, like instead of having to make a billion shields, hey, we got a Santa hat. Instead of having to make a billion shields, you just queue up one and then just makes all. Would also be really nice. What's kind of weird is I believe even... Didn't RuneScape Classic still have that feature? Right? That was a slightly newer feature. I'm not sure. Does anyone know? When did smithing in OG RuneScape get a make number option? Or was it always make one way back in the day? Because I don't remember a time where that didn't exist. But I'm pretty sure that got added a little bit down the line. Like the make 5, make 10, make all option for smithing and such. Because this game definitely needs it so badly. Yeah, I know Classic didn't have it. I'm talking about like early RuneScape 2 though. I can't remember if it did or didn't. I want to say it didn't, but eventually did. I just can't remember like when it happened. But yeah, this game definitely 100% needs it. So badly. But no, we'll see what he does with queueable actions and or make all options. Oh, that guy's named Fe. That's something really common in RuneScape because of Iron Man. Because Fe is iron on the periodic table. So everyone trying to be clever puts like Fe in their name instead of iron. I'm not sure why people do that though. I would never put hardcore Iron Man or Fe in my Iron Man's name. Instead of just having like a normal name. Like good old Tacit. Sleeping bags made you forget everything about Classic? Oh, yeah. It's actually something funny that's about old school RuneScape. Is one task that we had to do during leagues was sleep at the inn in Shiloh Village. And that's still a leftover rest mechanic that doesn't even exist in the game anymore, but still, like, locationally it still exists in the game. But it doesn't have, like, the sleep function. But the mechanic still technically is in old school RuneScape from RuneScape Classic. They never bothered removing it. It's really funny. But yeah, now the only time you ever go there is for a leak task. Then I think like one clue step might go there. I don't remember. But other than for leak tasks, you never do it. Anyways, I'll be back in 1 second. Need to make a quick bathroom break. Then we'll continue the money printer. We're almost there too. We need like 18.6. We're at 16.8. So if I just keep selling these instead of banking, we should be good to go. Anyways, I'll be back in 1 moment. Wait. We're back. Sorry about that. Oh, where were we? Anyways. Alright, let me just keep selling these. We need the money. Also grabbed a quick snack. I should not dry my hands off good enough, though. Oh, can you hear the puppy? Oh, can you hear the dog barking in the background? Yeah. Yeah, that mutt loves to just keep yapping. It's because everyone left but me. So it's crying. Because I'm locked away in my room doing the stream right now and everyone else left. Normally there's at least one person in the household around. But it feels like it's all alone right now because, you know, I'm doing my stream right now and then everyone else is not in the household right now. So it's like, where is everyone? Let's see, we'll grab that. You were going to say anything? Yeah, I loves barking a ton. It's almost like a chihuahua. And that whenever his owner isn't, like, around, it just has to keep barking, like, every 5 seconds. I forget what breed it is, but, it reminds me so much of chihuahuas. Like, the high maintenance that it is. And just constant barking. Whenever its owner is gone. But yeah, it's not my dog, but... I haven't had a pet in, like, a good decade. I mentioned in the past, I've had a lot of pets in the past. But I've never been a big dog person. Definitely much preferred cats and such. Actually, what's every pet I had? Technically I've had a couple dogs. Let's see. What am I eating? Oh, I'm just having this muffin again. Just because they're quick. I was like, what's every pet I've had? I've had 2 really good cats. One of them was the best pet I ever had. They were both Persian cats. One of them lived to 20 years old. I've had a few dogs, though the dogs were never mine. But I have like taken care of a few dogs, including right now, technically the mutt that's in the other room. Like it's not my dog, but you know, I still help take care of it. So I've kind of had a few dogs. I've never actually owned a dog, but I've taken care of dogs before. I've had a rooster and 3 chickens. I've had various hermit crabs. I've had a lot of fish, particularly koi and goldfish. I've had 3 different birds. Well, technically 2 different birds. Well, you know, chicken rooster I would count as 1 bird. But then I've also had that like that yellow bird that has like those red cheeks, as well as a parrot. So I've had 3 different types of birds, 6 total birds. What else have I had? I feel like there's a few others. What am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Which that might be most of them actually, now that I think about it. Technically I had turtles and frogs, but those were more like wild ones, but they still were around enough that they were basically as much as a part of the pond as the fish were. The fish was mostly occupied by the koi fish. And don't forget Elephant doesn't count. Try to think what else we've had though. I just swear there was at least one other I'm forgetting from that list. But I think that might be everything then. So not counting bulk of the same, I think I've had like 10 different pets. Not counting bulk of the same pet. Like if you count like dozens of goldfish or a billion koi or 3 chickens and a rooster, which could technically be counted as 1. Though honestly, they're enough work that they feel a lot more like 40. Chickens and roosters are really high maintenance, but they give you eggs, so it kind of evens out. You get free eggs, but they're higher maintenance than an average pet. Beer, currently I own no pets. I help take care of the dog that's here, but I don't own a pet currently. I honestly haven't pretty much since college. So I haven't really owned a pet in like 12 years. Mostly because college, I was too busy with work in college. I was doing both full time. And after that, I just never really bothered getting another. But yeah, my favorite pets for sure were the one Persian cat that lived to 20 years old, which is absurdly high for a cat, as well as for most animals. But I think Persians normally go to like 16-ish, and it went to 20. And my other favorite pet was the 3 chickens with a rooster. Those were definitely my favorite. The koi fish were pretty fun too, but they're not as interactable as some other animals. You can really only interact with them when you're feeding them. You can't just chill underwater otherwise. But yeah, the chickens were really funny. Because they pretend to be flightless, but sometimes they'll still go do a little bit of flying. Like, they're not like a standard bird in how they can fly. Like, they're a really ground-based bird compared to the average bird. But they can fly. And they definitely try to at times. It's just cute when they do, because they do like pretend flying. Or they'll like leap across the entire yard or something similar. And just kind of glide across. I catch you later, Tolerin! Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we should almost be done with the money printer. I think we need, what, 1.5 more gold? And then we can go on to Gatherer. And finally try training Gatherer for the first time. Well, not first time. Obviously we have level 30, but you know. Basically the first time. At least properly with an actual upgraded weapon and everything. Or tool, I mean. Alright, what do we have here? Never ending. Congrats on 18 price blow. Let's see. I think the highest rank we've had so far was 12, but that was before everyone opted in. That's the highest the leaderboard has ever shown. Though our highest I think was ever was 16th. As far as when it stabilized a little bit. The only reason we're down so far right now is because we did leagues for a week. The old school RuneScape League. And while I was still AFKing Brighter Shores during that time, it wasn't like as active as we normally would be. So in that week, I probably only played for like an effectively like 2 or 3 days. Even though I played it every day. But our effectiveness per stream was way lower. But I've really been trying for ranks, but as far as top 20, there are 2 that we've hit. We're 18 for total, and oddly enough, 16th in mines in Matubin. Which makes sense, because we live at the mines these days. Honestly, we've been living at the mines more than we've been living in Chronopolis lately. Even though we're there literally right now. But, yeah, we're actually surprisingly high. Even above Yips. Isn't Yips like 3rd place? Technically 4th. A bot is above me. What a name. I wonder if 76 actually is a bot. Could you imagine? I highly doubt it. But that's a funny name. Someone on leaderboard, for any of you just listening and not watching, there's someone on the leaderboard in 20th place in Minds of Matubin called Bot is Above Me. And, yeah, his name is Bot is Above Me. That's his name. It's not a phrase, right? It's just literally his name in game. His Bot is Above Me. That's really funny. That's definitely a name that only works on leaderboard because it doesn't make sense if you see him out in the wild. But on a leaderboard sense, it's really funny. What's your gut feeling? Do you think they will drop more chapter 1 to 4 quests before chapter 5 releases? Yes. I believe we will, especially since one thing they mentioned in the AMA was they're likely going to do quests to expand storage, kind of like how we had with the Branolf inheritance. Oh, nice, a green elf hat. That's one of the better ones for the elf. But anyways, what was I saying? But yeah, I believe we're going to get more quests before then. Because they might try doing a storage expansion quest for every single thing. Currently, we only have it for unattuned. However, we're likely going to get one more quest per chapter that will also increase, basically doubling, our amount of normal storage for every chapter. Which is basically going to be required due to how limited storage is right now. So I feel like we'd get that before 1.0 release. Is another Hopeport, Hope Forest, Mines of Matubin, and Chronopolis quest. All with the main reward of doubling your storage for that given chapter. Because so far, none of them exist. We have it for Untuned in Chapter 1, but that's just Untuned for Chapter 1. We still need the expansion for the main storage for every chapter. And they mentioned in the AMA that they are going to do that at some point. And I feel like they would try doing that before 1.0. They didn't say they would do it before 1.0. But it's likely they would do it for 1.0, just for quality of life before the game comes out. It'd also be a good quest to point to in every chapter, being like, hey, you should probably do this one. There's like not like any other quest that you want to go do other than Spider Nest. You might want to consider the double storage for chapter 1 if you're going to be doing a bunch of stuff in the chapter. But yeah, I feel like that would be something you would try to push before chapter 5. Because storage for every chapter is absurdly limited right now. Even with the double Untuned, it only works on Untuned. It doesn't work on per chapter item. So if you're doing a bunch of combat in an area or something similar, you're going to run out of space very, very, very quickly. By like level 200, you're already running out of space. I already have multiple time for watch person already. Like I've already had to sell 4-star stuff to the shop because I just don't have enough space to go store it all. I was trying to keep it and then realized this could be impossible with how much storage there is. I just had to sell a lot of it. But yeah, it's something they definitely got to look into. And the way that they're going to look into it that they already mentioned is adding a quest that will likely double expand every chapter. And it's likely to happen before 1.0. Not confirmed, but very likely. And those would likely be the next set of quests. If they're going to go prioritize like any amount of quests, it's going to be 1 quest per chapter to double your storage probably. Maybe not all at once, but you know, gradually. Because that's a really, really important feature. And he said he mostly wanted to do it as a quest unlock rather than just simply making it bigger. So hopefully those quests would come in the next month or two. Ideally sooner rather than later. Because if you're doing a ton of combat, you will run out of storage so quickly, especially if you're saving stuff for trading. That'd be a nice thing to have even before trading comes out. Everyone above me is a bot. Everyone below me is a noob. Yeah, pretty much. That's funny, Sarah Rachel. Pretty much. It's kind of funny because the first time I ever went and did the Gems of War leaderboard, back when I like started the channel, like 8 years ago, we actually did it on Twitch, but it was so far ago. I only did that for like 1 month. But I was trying for like first place on leaderboard at the time. And there was like a 100% confirmed bot who was at first place. But then I also thought the other guy ahead of me was a bot because they were doing like really similar to the other guy. But it turns out the other guy actually was real. They were just playing as much as a bot. But yeah, there was like a bot running 24/7 and then another player, and I thought they were both bots. The person in first was indeed a bot, but the other person who was playing like 24/7, apparently like nearly as much as the bot, was actually a real person. Somehow. And ended up making second place by the end of it. But it was kind of insane how much they were doing. Like, they were literally keeping up with a bot running 24/7. Oh no, I got the wrong one! No, I just got fined. No, money stack! Also, I'm banking these instead. Oh no, they were both on the same tile and I got the wrong guy. That's something else they gotta fix with that. One of the many things we were talking about earlier with like the small tweaks they gotta do for these little stall thingies. Really low priority, but definitely a lot of small things that need to change with it. It's not too big a deal right now, but there's a lot of things you could change to make it better. Alright, let me go get the real person. Let's do this again. Oh no, we're gonna be stun locked to getting a billion thieves. Especially if this guy steals. Alright. Yep, he's going for it. Oh gosh, there's too many thieves! I can't take them all. There's too many. Oh no, I grabbed the wrong guy. I grabbed the right guy, but I need to have grabbed the other guy first, otherwise he's gonna get away. No, I missed one. Because there's too many of them and I accidentally grabbed the one that was over top of it rather than the one underneath. Alright, anyways, we're out of here. Gosh, there's so much crime in this city. We were making the joke about it a while back. But imagine if you could see the jail in this city. The population of that jail would be in the millions. Like, their jail is more filled than the entirety of their civilization. They have like a 99% jail rate at this rate. Like, the number of NPCs in the town relative to how many of them are jailed. Like, you're literally a top 1% if you're not in jail in this city. Because the other 99% are all jailed. Talk about an oligarchy. Literally the top 1% are the only people that don't get jailed. Because everyone else is just getting jailed at such a rapid rate. Only 1% of people can afford the wares. Yeah, it's all the people training the merchant skill. Are the only people that can afford to actually buy, sell everything. I wonder our next hide, because it's technically our cutoff range. We're not going to hit it this stream. I just want to know when it is. 159. Yeah, we're definitely not hitting that. We'll be lucky if we even hit 156. Because a few more inventories we're done. I think like 5 more inventories. By 156, we're 100% there. But we're probably going to be there even before 156. Because how much more do we have to print? We're at 17, soon to be 17.3. And we need 17.8. But I want to have at least 18 so we have some spare for the next hide run. Whenever we do get around to it down the line. So I need 18 gold. Selling this brings us to 17.2. So we only need 0.8 more gold while we're making like 1.1 an hour. So it's like 45 more minutes. We should have enough. And then we can go buy our rake and go do some raking. And then we can go head over to the bone zone, which we're going to be doing a lot of this weekend. Because we're basically doing bones all the way from 30 to 200. The only exception being I might take the higher level leaks. Like once we start hitting like the 80 something leak, I might start taking it. Just because it saves us some on some cooking costs. Whenever we do cooking contracts, it will save us like 2-3 silver each time. Even more so at the higher level range. Which isn't a lot, but it adds up to be like almost a whole gold piece. Plus any spears we have, we could just buy, sell whenever we're doing grocery shopping for cooking contracts. The only problem with that is Rake gives 0% bonus to it. But I think it's like the one thing that fills the gaps that we might actually take. Because there's some bigger gaps that we kind of might need the leak for. Like for example, 79 to 94 right here. There's like a 10 level leap before we could do leaks. But 15 if we want to go do the bone. So it might be worthwhile to do like 79 to this. Then at 89, 10 levels later, we do leaks for 5 levels until we get there. There's a lot of areas like that that's going to be really worthwhile to potentially do leak. Just because they fill a nice gap in between. While also having a cooking use. Like right here as well. 148 all the way into 161. Well, then again, that is a little bit less needed. That one we might just do all the bones too. If this was a little bit deeper, it'd be worth it. Like if this was like a 158 instead of a 153. So that one's probably not as needed. I think the push 200 one is definitely 100% needed though. Yeah, the 208 leak is basically required. Otherwise you're stuck doing a 197 bone. Because otherwise you'd have to do a 197 bone all the way to 240. Also, I just realized something weird. You get a 221 rake upgrade. But you can't do anything with rake all the way until 240. Unless you're doing a 197 bone. That's weird. Like the discrepancy between them. But yeah, that's going to be the most annoying thing with post 200 if we were to ever do it. 200 to 240 is like so dead. Or 239. So only at 240 does it get good again. We'd either have to do the 197, kind of like what we have to do for iron ore. Where you have to spam like, you know, the 197 iron ore all the way to like 240 something. It's actually the same situation as iron. Except you get out of it a little bit earlier than iron ore. Because iron, the next really good one's at like 246. Whereas for bone is at 240. But it's a very similar situation. Because iron is also at 197. You're kind of stuck with it all the way until like 240 something. Similar to mining. Which is not ideal. Because it's going to be very slow if we were to do it the whole time. Is why I'm trying to get the passive up for mining. Nice, 183 silver. Let's see, how much is that actually costing us? Or how much profit is that per thing? I believe you could do about 10 run of these per hour. What did we just get in 186? Let me go do some math real quick. If the thieves would stop spawning. Hey, we got a red elf hat from him. Now, let's see, we're making 186. We're spending 1.4, let's say. Times 24. Calculator, go. 1.4 times 24. Yeah, so we're making like what? A solid 150 silver per inventory. 10 times. Wait, are we making 1.5 silver an hour? I kind of want to do it with the exact numbers now. But yeah, we're making about 1.5 silver an hour. That's not bad. I mean, sorry, gold, I mean, not silver. 1.5 silver would be horrible. But no, we're making 1.5 gold per hour doing this. Assuming we sell all and don't bank any. It's about 1.5 gold an hour. Wow, that's already increasing so quickly. You really like the way the rain sounds in the game? Yeah, they've done a lot of really good ambience in this game. The sound design overall is really, really solid. But yeah, we're already at 1.5 gold an hour. And it only keeps going higher. By like 200, it's already over 2 gold an hour. And post 200, it just keeps going even higher. I wonder if the wiki has all the rates. Let me go check. Does it actually have the full breakdown of the price per thing? Or, you know, like the approximate money per hour? Because I always do like really rough estimations. I haven't done it like an entire hour of tests. Because every single hide is slightly different timings. Here it is. Yeah, profit with discount. I assume this is per hour. Let's see. Yeah, we're currently doing brown cow. Yeah, it's 1.5 an hour. Technically 30 something less than that, but I'm pretty sure it's actually still 1.5 an hour. Wiki says it's like 30 something less than that per hour, but yeah, it's basically 1.5 an hour. Oddly enough, the next hide is less per hour than what I'm doing now. What? Wait, what? The hide at the next, probably because the process takes longer. But yeah, the hide at my next level range is actually less money per hour. Because the process to do it takes longer. Plus its cost is slightly higher. That's weird. But yeah, we actually make less money per hour on the next tier of hide. I think I've never seen this at a level range before. But just because its high, sell price isn't high enough relative to its higher buy costs and the higher time to process it. But that's really funny. But yeah, the next hide up is less money per hour than the hide I'm doing now. But I still have to move to it because it's better XP per hour. And that will matter a lot more. But we're making slightly less money per hour, so I guess I'll bank slightly more of them, I guess. Because they're less money, but a higher tier hide. That's kind of funny. But it has to do with the fact that it takes so long to process each one. Yeah, we have another situation right here where it's doing that too. Because the Hail Beast takes longer to process. You're actually making more money at 168 than you are at 175. There's a lot of weird ranges like that. When do you start making 2 gold definitively per hour? 210. Superior or white sheep leather. The only problem with that is the best you could do with 205 merchant is right here. But it's still 1.8 gold an hour. Let's see, what's the profit margin if you're not getting a discount? Is that what this other number is? Profit an hour. Yeah, wow. That's not bad. With no discount at all, you can still make up over a gold an hour. By level 360, you'd be making a gold an hour with no merchant levels. But with merchant levels, with the exact same hide, you'd be making 4 gold an hour. So you'd be making 4 times the money per hour. Which seems to be about the case for most of these, actually. You're making about 4 times more per hour by having a discount. At the lower range, it's more like 3 times. But at a higher range, it starts to get to 4 times more per hour. With having the merchant discount compared to not having the merchant discount. So definitely worth it unless you're just like rushing leaderboard. But yeah, what merchant level would that require then? Hypothetically. If we were to reach superior sheep leather. Let me go check. Superior sheep leather is... what level merchant? Ooh, 239. But yeah, to be able to start printing over 2 gold an hour from Leathermaker, you need 239 merchant. That's when you could definitively start to get 2 gold an hour from the money printer. Yeah, I do bank some of them, just not all of them. I banked like 10%. At the lower level range, I banked like nearly 95% or something. Because it wasn't worth selling them. But at the higher range, I basically completely 180'd. Or I'm selling like 90, 95% and keeping the other 10%. Just because it's making too much money now to me to be banking all of them. The money is more useful now than later. Like, the money immediately now is more useful than the banked XP later. The only reason I did it at the lower level range is so we can get, like, you know, 0 to 100 armor maker a little bit easier. But after that knowledge, you can just start getting crazy on armor maker. And then post 200, you can do the AFK activity. I do plan to do the 200 armor maker rush. I still haven't decided if I'm going for 500. Depends if the keep looks insane. Because I have a feeling I'll be replacing my cape with the armor maker cape. There's a good chance my first 200 cape is going to be armor makers. Why I didn't buy one yet. Even when I get 200 smithing, I'm probably not getting it. I need to know what it looks like first, which we don't currently know. But I have a feeling, based on what it is, it's probably going to be my favorite cape. Well, not my favorite, but you know. Like the one that we're definitely doing for 200. Until we hold off for like the 500 watch person cape or something down the line. That's the main reason I'm not getting the 200 smithing cape. Is I want my first 200 to be the 200 armor cape. As long as it doesn't look horrible, that's definitely the route we're going. I plan to have it within the first week of Chapter 5. The first day or two, we're going to play pretty casually, just messing around, seeing what the new area has to offer, everything like that. But then after that, we're just going to go try hard 200 immediately to Armor Maker. And then post 200, we'll figure it out. If we're going to like power level it or just passively get it over time. I do want to get post 200 Leather Maker. I mean, Armor Maker. The problem is, do we want to rush it or do we just want like the AFK activity to keep chipping it up? Also, how costly is it going to be to run the AFK activity for it? Because for some, it starts to get pretty pricey. Like if you were to do like blacksmith without doing the mining component. That's why I'm actually trying to get the mining component right now. So I have it for these 200 AFK activities. But also for mining itself, just because it's really good XP. Because I believe the pickaxe does work on the AFK activity. It's something I didn't really realize until I was looking something up with the Rake the other day. But then realized, oh, this probably applies to the AFK activities that use a pickaxe as well. And if that's the case, 31% is a lot of XP. Like, we're talking like mega high. Like, basically every 3 hours is 1 free hour of AFK activity. Assuming it works on it, which I believe it does. Oh, can I pan for gold now? I've never actually done that yet. I want to see what the animation looks like for it if we do have that. That's something I want to go do before we buy our rake. Yeah, we can pan for gold now. I don't plan to do that because I don't have it upgraded compared to pickaxe. It'll be the one AFK we don't do for mining. But I want to do it once to see what the animation is because I haven't actually done it before. So I want to see what unique animation it has, just for the sake of it. It's not ever worth doing though. Anything that isn't a pickaxe AFK is not worth doing. Basically meaning that this is like one of the most pointless items in the game. Like at least for detective you would still get it. Because manacles or handcuffs doesn't make your binoculars better. So you'd eventually want to get level 25 binoculars at a certain level range. Because the extra XP you would get from it would definitely be worth it for your AFK activity. But there are some that seem to double dip. For example, the rake seems to double dip if you do a bone AFK. And the pickaxe seems to double dip as long as you're doing a pickaxe AFK. And a few others probably as well. Like some of the trees or something. Actually, no, the trees don't. They have tree loppers for that. I'm trying to think, what is everyone that has a double dip? Because fishing doesn't. You have a separate tool. Foraging might. Does anyone know? Does the trowel for foraging multi-dip the AFK activities? Has anyone actually tested that? I've done like so little foraging to know. But I believe the rake does only for the bone AFKs. Woodcutting won't because it's a separate tool. Mining should, as long as you're not doing gold panning. What other ones are there? Detective doesn't because you need the binoculars. And that's all of them. Unless I missed one. You don't think it gets you grub or steel metal? Yeah, I'm not sure what AFK activity even uses any of these tools, if even at all. I've only ever done grub, so I'm not sure. And I had an unupgraded tool, so I couldn't even check. So even if it did give extra XP to it, I wouldn't even know. Because mine isn't upgraded. Yeah, honestly, if there is any one tool that is the most broken to upgrade, assuming this works on the AFK activity, there is no better tool but pickaxe. I kind of want to go max pickaxe. Like, literally get it to level 50 or something. Because assuming this works on AFK and active, there is no stronger tool in the entire game than pickaxe. Because it works for active, it likely works for AFK, and it works for basically every activity you ever do with mining. The only 3 exceptions are gold panning, which you never would do anyways. Blast mining, which the knowledge rate is already so horrible for, that's really bad to do in the current state of the game, other than just to use your daily explosives that you have. Oh, speaking of which, I gotta go do my daily. It's a good reminder. I need to go do my daily right now. Thank you. Good thing I clicked on that. But yeah, let me go grab those. But other than using the banked explosives, that's not worth doing. And then mine carts. Those are the only 3 things it doesn't work on. Is gold panning AFK, mine carts, and blast mining. Every other thing, both active and AFK, I'm pretty sure the pickaxe boosts. As hello, Stardust. Welcome, welcome. Actually, I kind of want to go test that right now. Because we're going to be in the mines anyways. Let me go sell all this stuff, go take my daily for the message board. Then we'll go grab the one for mining. And I want to go test to see if this is actually boosting AFK for mining. Because I want to see it with my own eyes. If it actually is or isn't. The easiest way to do this is to see if the wiki has an EXP drop. That or even check it on my other account's EXP drop. I can do it that way. Because if I'm getting a bigger EXP drop than them, then it's definitely working. So I'll probably do it that way then, actually. Because that'd be the easiest way to see it instantly. Is this account getting a bigger EXP drop than my alts right now? On the level 20 activity. Oh, wait, that might not work, though. Because I have it upgraded further. Wait, never mind. That won't work. I just realized. Because I believe there's a weird downgrade system when you have a better activity. So I'd have to check the wiki rate. Oh no, that's going to be bad because now I only have gold panning. Wait, how's this going to work? I have no good way of testing it then. I wonder if the wiki has the diminishing return rate for when you have like a lower activity. Or did they fix that? Did they ever do a patch fixing that? Have they done a patch yet to make it so lower level activities don't get extra penalized? Yeah, the problem with the base XP rate though is I have none that give me base XP rate. Because my current upgrade is on gold panning. So I can't do anything but gold panning right now unless they fix that. Unless it is intentional. But if it is, that means I have to get a whole level before I can test it. Because right now everything I have other than gold panning has diminishing return. So we need to know what the diminishing return rate is. I don't think the wiki has that. It probably has the XP rate per hour, but not the diminishing return XP rate per hour. Because who on earth would be doing that? I need to do it just to test it. Mining. I know, I can go check. Let me go start this guy up. Get our thingy going. Yeah, we need to go get one more knowledge real quick if I'm gonna go do that. The problem is I'm like a mile away from getting a knowledge point. I would also need the wiki to have the XP rate for like the level 50 something activity. Which is a good chance it doesn't have. Alright, where's gold panning? Good, good, good. It does have the XP. No, it doesn't have the XP rate for it! No! I would have to get 2 more knowledge points to test it. And even then, it doesn't say what the XP drop is. It says the album, but it doesn't say the... Gosh, why? Why is it like this? Gosh, the wiki needs so much more work. I know they're working on it. They're doing a good job. They're doing a really good job on it. But gosh, does it need so much more. Alright, let me go help, or let me go get my cooking contract. Yeah, I have no way of testing it right now. Because I forgot, we're on diminishing return. Unless there's somewhere on the wiki where we can get a diminishing return rate. Let me see. Is there a diminishing return XP rate here? Alright, there it is. XP. We know it's normally 8. But we don't know what it is diminished. Yeah, it doesn't show diminished rate. I'm not sure how we test it then. Because I would say the album XP, but I don't believe album XP gets boosted by your tool. Even if you were using a boosted tool on it. They used to make a check, I guess. I don't know, let me still go over there and see. I'm almost guaranteed that it won't boost your album EXP rate. But let me just go check the lowest tier one. The problem with the lowest tier one, though, is we have a weird diminishing return since we have a better activity unlocked. So whatever we do here will have a lower rate by default. But because I don't know what the lower rate EXP rate is, the number we're going to see is completely redundant. Because it's actually going to show me getting less EXP, not more EXP. Because I'll actually be getting less than whatever the wiki says. Alright, let me go check this real quick, though. I guess one way to check... Oh! Wait, I do have a way to check. Wait. I just realized something. I do have a way to check. Because they both have a diminishing return. Oh, wait. I just thought of something. One of my alt accounts got to 25 mining. Wait. Hold all the things. Alright, first things first. I almost know for sure this doesn't work. This is not what I want to test, but do we get 446 album XP here? We should get exactly 446. This should not be boosted. It's almost 100% not boosted. I just want to see something here. What I care about is the XP normally, but I want to see if the album happens to get boosted here. It shouldn't, but I just want to see what happens. There should be a 446 drop. Yeah, it's a 446. Okay, album does not get boosted. What was my actual XP drop, though? Because I want to go see something. Because we might still be able to see an improvement. What's my XP drop? My normal one. 5. Now let's see again. Are we going to get another 5 or is that an outlier 5? So we're getting about half the AFK rate. But what I really want to see here is my other account only getting 4s? Is this going to be another 5? Okay. Let me just see one more. And then I want to go see my other account, because my other account also has diminishing return now. It moved to the 25 mining activity. So I want to see what the other one ends up getting here. So this is going to be another 5? Okay. Now, is the other one getting 4? Is the question. Because if it is, then we're getting boosted there. Also, I should probably go clear both of these real quick. How's your bank looking? Oh, you're fine for now. You'll last the rest of the stream. Alright, this is not the one I wanted to test it on. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't over encumbering. Alright, now let me go see on this. Now, are you getting 4 is the question. Because you have moved on to the next activity as well. You're at the 25 mining activity, which means you're getting diminishing return when you're doing the one activity. However, I have a completely unupgraded pickaxe here. So let me go check something. So if I click on this, are we going to get a 4 XP drop? The other thing to check to see if our main account eventually gets a 6 XP drop. Alright, moment of truth. Is this going to be a 4? And if it is a 5, does our other guy eventually get a 6? But if this is a 4, this just definitively just shows that it does work. Because it's a completely unupgraded pickaxe with 0% extra bonus. Compared to the 31% we were just using. And this should also be getting the same diminishing return that the other account was getting. Let's see. Moment of truth. What's the number? If this is 4, then it's definitely working on AFK activities. If this is 5, then it requires more testing before we can truly disprove it. Because it could be that we could eventually get a 6 drop. 4! It has been proven! Alright, let's just see. If we get another 4 here. Your pickaxe 100% works on AFK activities. The pickaxe is like the strongest tool in the game right now. It works on like literally everything for mining. The only 3 things it doesn't work on is gold panning AFK, mine carts, and blast mining. Yep, another 4. Alright, 100% confirmed. The pickaxe does indeed boost your AFK rate for everything that uses a pickaxe. Which is basically everything but gold panning. But yeah, gold panning, blast mining, and Oh, I didn't mean to click drop. What are you doing? Just put it in. I'm trying to deposit you. I might as well deposit all of them here. But yeah, that's pretty nice. Okay, it has been proven. The pickaxe does indeed improve all AFK activities but gold panning. While also buffing all active activities other than minecart and blast mining. Wow, that is broken. If you're going to upgrade any one tool, it's definitely pickaxe. I knew it was already good, but I didn't realize it also did the AFK activities. That's insane. Yeah, it is really broken. Alright, let me get him back to his level 25 stuff. And then we'll go back to the main account. But yeah, testing completed. Pickaxe does indeed increase your pickaxe-related AFKs. So all the enchantments and everything else you have on it does improve the AFK as well. But yeah, that's really broken, gosh. Anyways, back to the main account. The science is now complete. Alright, anyways. We could drop this on the ground. Alright, what were we doing? Oh yeah, money printing. I'll go back to money printer. I was just running dailies real quick while testing the science. But yeah, 100% confirmed. Pickaxe does indeed increase pickaxe AFK. Oh no, you know what I forgot to go do while I was there? I gotta go back. Wait. I want to go see what the animation for gold panning. Let me go do that real quick. A little bit of a waste of time to walk all the way back, but I don't know. We're already testing some things. I want to see what the animation for gold panning looks like. So while I'm here, I might as well get the first time bonus on this thing real quick. And then just drop it on the ground. I just realized, is there a past action for this? I thought this was a higher level on, or lower level on the other one. I guess this is where you always get Shimerium. I used to get the first time bonus real quick. Oh yeah, this is where you get all the Shimerium. Interesting. It just keeps getting upgraded. Only problem with this is we're wasting a crate every time, though I think we could afford like a 20-cent crate or whatever they are. Every single time we pick one of these up, it's like a different crate. So we're dropping a crate every time. But I think we could afford the 20 bronze or whatever it is, 200 bronze. Alright, anyways, you can stop now. Alright, anyways, what we're doing? Let's go and test gold panning. I just want to see what it looks like. We're never actually going to do the activity. I just want to see what the animation for the activity is like. Since we're somewhat in the area right now, kind of. If we could ever get there. Also, I'm on a spree of just touching all these rocks real quick for the first time bonus. Yeah, we're already here, might as well. And then we'll go back to money printing, which we're almost done doing. We need like, what, 18 point something? Or 17 point something, whatever it was. I already forget the number again. What was it? It was, yeah, 17.8. So we're pretty much already there. I need like 300 more gold. What if gold panning is insane XP? Even if it is, it would only work at certain level ranges. And it wouldn't justify the cost in upgrading it. Because you only ever have to gold pan like 4 times or 5 times or something. I was like, gosh, this is like a mile away. Honestly, I think teleporting into chapter 2 is quicker to get here than to walk all the way around here. It's in the middle of nowhere. Alright, let me see. What does the gold panning animation look like? This would be the one and only time we probably ever touch gold panning. So let's go do it. He's going in the corrupted water. He steps in between the rocks. He inspects it. Finds a little gold nugget, puts it in the bucket. Is he just going to toss it from the distance, or what's he going to do? The buckets are so far away. We found a piece of gold. He cleans it off. And there we go. I just wanted to see the animation for it. Has he ever like tossed it in the bucket, or does he just like inspect it in his hand? Also, I don't think it's healthy to be in that corrupted water like that. Alright, there we go. What does this notice board say? How much is this gold worth? 30 bronze. Obviously, it's only like seconds of it, but still. Wait, what does the gold notice board not say anything? Info. Danger. Polluted river. Gold pan at your own risk. By order of Hopeport guards. No worries. I'll never gold pan again. Anyways, we're out of here. Yes, heave the warding on that sign and never gold pan again. Because we already weren't going to anyways. Yeah, we'll listen to the warding sign. But yeah, the XP rate isn't any better or anything. If anything, it's like super negative. Because it'd be so much worse than your pickaxe. Oh, what am I doing? I forgot we already have... we can't do that right now. I have no leather to go sell. Yeah, let's finish our money printing. But yeah, long story short, from all the testing we just did over the last like 10 minutes, pickaxe does indeed increase the XP rate for all AFK activities that use a pickaxe. We kind of somewhat knew this, but I just wanted to 100% confirm. Which makes pickaxe by far one of the most broken tools in the game. As you use it for nearly every active and AFK activity. It probably gets the most double dipping of any tool in the game. And that's why we have it at level 30. Really should get it higher than that, honestly. Go like 50 or something. The problem with 50 is I can upgrade like every other tool for the cost that it would be. Like we're at 17.8 right now for like a 25, like for the Rake, for example. But if we were to do a 50, it is 112 gold. Even just a 40. Like if we went 10 levels higher for 4% more XP, it is not even 4%, sorry, 2% more XP. No, never mind. Wait, what? No, it'd be yeah, 2%. If we wanted 2% more XP for mining, from where we're currently at, it would cost us what is that math on that? 33. I would need 33 more gold for 2% more mining XP. Yeah, that's a little expensive. Honestly, anything above 30 is too much. That's why we stopped at 30. Ideally, you want to stop at 25, but I just knew pickaxe would be really good. Oh, nice. Another green elf hat. But yeah, you don't ever want to go beyond 30. Honestly, you don't even want to go beyond 25, but 30 mining is going to be like the outlier just because it's so good. Since it applies to your AFK activities and to your active activities. Yeah, I already knew pickaxe was strong. I forgot it was that strong, though. I didn't think it would actually work for AFK activities. The main thing that made me want to check last night was, when I was sleeping and thinking about it, is the fact that the Rake was increasing it. So I was like, wait, why wouldn't the pickaxe increase it then? And it turns out it does. It actually does increase your XP rate for AFK. Also, something else I just learned. AFK activities at a lower level only give you half the rate, which is kind of bad. If you unlock a higher level AFK activity, your lower level one will give you half the XP it was giving originally. Which is kind of horrible. Obviously, it kind of forces you to have to use your highest level activity. But the problem with that is it's not always viable to. For example, like forensic in detective is like a dead task. And there's a few others in some other categories that are just so dead that they're not worth doing. You basically have to skip that AFK activity. Because they're such bad value. But it's one of the reasons I have to stop making tier 2 cement. Because we now have the rugged Wendigo skeleton. Which then makes it dead content to go do 84 cement now. Luckily, we should have enough. We have like 4 hours or 4 days worth of AFK builder in cement right now. Or at least tier 2 cement. So it should be enough. I highly doubt we're doing that level range that long. Half of that will probably just sell. Alright, what's our goal at right now? I think 2 more inventories and we have enough money. We'll have enough to buy the max rake, or, you know, 25. Whenever I say max, I'm normally meaning level 25. 25 is not max, but 25 is, like, realistic max. We'll get our 25 rake and then, get to raking. I don't plan to do, like, too much raking to stream, I say right now, before we go do, like, a 3-hour raking spree. But, I don't plan to do too much raking right now, but I do want to test it. Just to test run what we might be doing this weekend. Not sure how hard we're going to go on this weekend, but honestly, I'm not against trying to do the 200 grind all at once. I just want to peek at it today and just kind of see what our rates are like, see like how many bones per hour kind of things. Just to see what we're getting ourselves into potentially for going all the way to 200. Because I haven't done gatherer enough to really know. Like obviously I've gotten to 30 gatherer, but 30 gatherer is like 0 compared to 200. Well, that's why we got the rake. The rake is a 10% XP bonus whenever you get a 25 tool, which is not bad at all. It's like being under the effect of a permanent 10% potion, as everything you do is just an extra 10% on top, regardless of how upgraded your tool is. Which adds up to be a lot. You know, every hour saves you an hour. I mean, every hour saves you 10 hours. I mean, every 10 hours saves you 1 hour. I'll eventually say the right thing. You know what I'm trying to get to. Yeah, with 10%, every 10 hours saves you 1 hour. Which doesn't sound like a lot until you realize, oh, 200 gather is going to take like 20, 30, 40 hours to do. So that's like 4 hours of saving just by getting the tool beforehand. Like 10% doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up very quickly. Is this our final inventory? I think it might be. Let's double check the rake price again. I keep forgetting exact cost. 17.85. Alright, I think 2 more and we'll be in a healthy spot. This inventory and next inventory. And that will give us enough that we can rebuy an inventory. Because we gotta keep on hand, like, what, 50 silver? And we should be good to go from there as long as we don't do any kind of other weird money spree thing. Like trying to train cooking. Because honestly, the cooking ingredients would probably cost more than 50 silver. Since I have none of it banked right now due to no fishing or anything. Can you still hear the dog in the background? I see the music or the sound keep going up. I need to go and calm it down a bit. It seems to be barking like right by my door now too, so it wants attention. Like it's not hungry or anything. It just went for a walk like literally before I started to stream. The problem is it wants attention 24/7. Otherwise it will bark forever until it gets attention. But if you stop giving it attention for like 5 seconds, it's just going to start barking again. Alright, I'll be back in 1 second. Ugh. It stopped now, but it'll probably start in like 30 more seconds. That will only hold it off for like a minute. I'm not going to keep giving it attention though. Just going to keep barking until it gets again. As soon as someone gets back, you know, it'll have attention again. It's just so needy. Like, it can't go like 1 minute without someone looking at it and petting it. He's barking at the outside animals. He does do that too, or I mean, she does. But yeah, she does like to do that. Like, if any of the local dogs start barking, she'll go like crazy with their barking. And she'll just go in like a frenzy for like several minutes. It's actually staying quiet for a little while. It's eventually going to start back up again, though. I'm not going to go walk out every single time it starts barking again, though, but maybe the next few times I might. I think someone's getting back in the next, like, hour or two. Is that a family member that ended up moving in the other, earlier this year? Because they had a bunch of, like, medical expenses, so they had to sell their house and everything. Good old America! Where you gotta sell your house to pay for medical bills. The American dream right there. Except inversely. What have I been grinding with the second characters? Currently, I have them grinding and trying to AFK all the way to Chapter 4 so they could do trading down the line. Beyond that, the main thing I'm trying to focus them on is actually Lost and Found quests. I already did Spider Nest quest completely AFK. Well, you know, not the quest itself, but, you know, the requirements for it beyond level 20. Like, the carpentry from 20 to 32 was AFK. The combat was AFK from, like, 20 to 28. So we could kill them. But, you know, the 2 spiders at the end. But, Lost and Found is their current goal. I have them AFK in mining, then they're going to work on smithing, then stonemason, then bone rate. But, yeah, that's my current plan for them. That and to get to Chapter 4 trading, which I could pretty much do that any day I want to. It shouldn't take that long from where they are at right now to get to there. Like, if I spend a few hours on either of them, they could probably get there at this point. But our main AFK goal is to AFK Lost and Found right now. The main reason for this is we're going to have a really high capability of crafting 4-star stuff. And one thing I actually want to be able to do is, currently with how crafting works, 4-star crafting, you can only craft 4 stars for, even get 4 stars for your class. So as a Cryo Knight, it can only get Cryo Knight 4-star, both as drops as well as crafting. However, if we have a Guardian and a Hammer Mage, which of course, you know, we have one of each for all 3 slots, we'll be able to go craft Guardian and Hammer Mage armor and weapons. So basically, with the same 3 items I would use on my main account, I could just trade them over, either with a middleman or however it works, to my alt accounts. And then on the alt accounts, I can then have them make that and then sell it for me, rather than needing like another middleman of middlemaning. Oh, still need some amount of middlemaning for it, but unless you could just trade from account to account, which would be great if you could. But otherwise, yeah, it's pretty much my game plan. Because otherwise, I'd only be able to make Cryo Knight 4 stars. But with that, I'd be able to make a 4-star for any class. With the exact same equipment I would use to make my own 4-star. That way, if it's ever relevant for trading, we'd have all 3 components available. Rather than only be able to sell the 4-star Cryo Knight. We'd be able to sell the 4-star for any class. That's the main reason we're doing it for. That and to special attacks. I want to test the special attack on every class. And as the classes get more unique, I might actually do some more stuff on them. Obviously, right now, every class is pretty samey at the moment. But down the line, obviously, all 3 classes will be increasingly more distinct from each other. So if there's ever content different enough to justify, you know, messing around with the other ones, we will. With the biggest feature probably coming in the near future being special attacks. Because each one should have at least 12 unique special attacks. 1 per weapon. So that's going to be an extra 24 special attacks we could try on the other 2 accounts. Which is pretty much a game plan with them as well, at least in the short term. It's that and trading are like the 2 big ones. With trading, it might help with some things if we want to, and for special attacks just to see what they all do. Because I do want to show all of them off on the stream whenever they come out. Might take a little while to go build all of them though. But it is something I kind of want to do. Obviously, we'll do it for Cryo Knight first. But a little bit after, I want to make sure we do it to all of them just to kind of see what they can do. But obviously, we'll test all the Cryo Knight ones first as it's our main and everything. Plus, I actually plan to do probably 200 combats at that point. So we'll really be testing them. But we tested them by actually, you know, using them on to try to level. Oh, did we finally get the one we needed? I think we did. I think we have 3 all now. Oh no, I actually have 4 of it now. Nice. But yeah, we're at times 3 on all of them now. Our lowest hat is currently the yellow pudding up cat instead of the yellow tree. That took us 63 the first time around. But our lowest hat right now is yellow pudding. Because red pudding actually caught up. It was at 2 earlier, but now with that drop in the other one from apparently earlier, we're up to 4 now. So 3 yellow puddings are lowest. And I haven't traded in these yet. These are just our natural stacks. Which at this point is probably going to be the case all the way to the end. Just to see what we naturally get over time. I do need to go trade on my alts once they get 20 though. Those I will trade on. Yeah, I hope they make the game a little bit more alt-friendly for your other profiles. Especially since they banned multi-boxing. They definitely got to make it more friendly for you to be able to use your 2 alts. Like instantly being able to trade between them and stuff like that. I'm really hoping for that. That's one of the whole reasons I even started them up. Like the main reason other than just have one for every class was hoping that, you know, you could just like instant trade resources from one to another. They haven't really mentioned much on it, and I'm not sure if anyone in the AMA really asked about it, unfortunately. But something I'm really curious on what their stance is on. Because obviously they give us 3 slots, one obviously for 1 per class. But currently there is like no integration between them. Like I can't send gold or resources or anything from one of my accounts to the next. Currently, even when trading comes out, unless they do it in a specific way, you're almost guaranteed going to need a middleman. Hopefully by then they will implement a feature that lets you swap between your accounts without needing a middleman. But they may completely forget and make it so you need a middleman just to go and trade things, which will be really annoying. I hope it's as easy as you just go to your storage or go to the trading area and just be like, there'll be like an alt option. And you can bring up your other 2 profiles and just send money to them or items to them or something. Like, still requiring it to be Chapter 4 is fine. Like, you know, the Chapter 4 trading thing, that's fine. But they really should let you swap between accounts. They can still keep the Chapter 4 trading thing as a requirement, though. But after that, if all your accounts have it, they definitely should just let you trade freely between them. If they're already adding free trade, there's no reason why you shouldn't have free trade between accounts, between your 3 slots. But hopefully that's something that they add. I haven't heard any word on if they will, but they really need to. Because otherwise it's going to be really clunky putting anything from one account to another. As you basically have to trust trade someone in order to trade it over. If it's... Oh, yeah, it could be a shared storage across all 3. I don't think they would do that, though. That would be interesting, though. If all 3 of your accounts shared the same storage. The only reason I feel like that won't be the case is because they currently have separate money. If they have separate money, they're probably going to keep separate storages as well. Also, how would that work for gear? Like, you can't have a shared gear tab, otherwise you'd have 3 times as much space. So we already know gear isn't going to be shared. Based on the tab, it looks like money's not going to be shared. So the assumption would be all storages would also not be shared. Maybe it'll be an option on the storage to share between them. Like, you know, to trade, like, X number of something to the other account. Like, if I go to a potion rift, maybe I could just give, like, 100 potions to my alt real quick. Through the potion rift. Currently, such a feature does not exist, though. I think this next inventory should be our last that we need for now. And then we can go test out our level 25 Rake. Yeah, technically I have enough right now. I just want to make sure we have a little bit of excess in case we need to do a cooking contract or anything else. Or even more leather. Yeah, this inventory right here will be our last one then for now. And then we'll go test our new shiny Rake out. Our 25 enchanted Rake. Okay, after this inventory, we'll go and get the rake then. And this will be our third 25 plus tool. Our first was, of course, the manacles for our AFK. Then we ended up with the handcuffs. I keep calling it manacles. Then our second one was our level 30 pickaxe that we got during leagues. That was basically all the gold that we dumped while we did like a week of old school RuneScape leagues. That was all the gold we made in that time. And then the third is on gather, of course, which we'll be getting a 25 rake. After that, toss-up is between fisher or forager. Fishing is so pointless, but you only need one tool, the fishing spear. My concern with doing forager is 3 tools. I know you don't use all 3 of these evenly, but it is still 3 tools that you use. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do about this, because I kind of want all 3 to be 25, especially for eventually doing the 490 foraging grind. Bare minimum, we got to get 25 all on these. But 25 all on these is not cheap. We're talking like 51 something gold. Like, that's really pricey. Which makes me want to put up forager for like almost entirely last. Like, I would do woodcutter before we go to forager. Because even though you need multiple tools, you're mostly just using hatchet. Like, most methods will be using hatchet. I need to double check every single thing that hatchet is used for. But I know it's for brambles. And that's the main thing that matters. It's used for brambles. That's all I need to know. But no, woodcutting's a bit of a weirder one as well. Just because you do technically use 3 tools. Technically 2. But one of them you use way more than the other 2. That's the hatchet. Oh, let me double check. What is every tool you use hatchet on? Or every thing? Hope it has a breakdown here. Hatchet. Or I mean, woodcutting. Alright, where's the category list? Handsaw. Alright, so ash is handsaw. Oak is handsaw. Okay, we're getting to hatchets. So you could do coarse pine. Coarse hickory. So pine, hickory. Bramble, which is the biggest one. Juniper, which you normally just skip, and polar. So all the ones you would skip are ash, Suave. Oh no, you don't get the Suave bonus. No, you still have to take it for the bonus. You still have to take it because of the knowledge, because it's free knowledge. But that's unfortunate. But yeah, you don't get the Suave bonus. Obviously, use two-hand. Well, not obviously, but they do. And that's it. Okay. So the only ones you don't get a bonus on are Ash, Suave, unfortunately, and you. Every other tree you do. Which is good because some of those are really good for carpentry XP. With the main ones being pine and hickory. Pine and hickory and polar. Pine, hickory, and polar are really good ones for carpentry. Which means we'd basically be skipping oak, which is used for... The only problem with this is Guardian. This is Guardian. And what was the other one? Was the other one also Guardian? What was the other handsaw one? Yeah, that's also Guardian because of the weapon. So it seems like the hatchet is the Cryonite Hammer Mage one. Whereas the handsaw is the Guardian one. But the problem is brambles are under hatchet, so you'd kind of always want to go hatchet. Yeah, that benefits Hammer Mage and Cryonite way more. The biggest issue with that is that means the main things I would be doing for woodcutting XP do not yield me... They yield me carpentry XP, but they don't yield me bone right XP. Because all the main woods that you need are basically all locked behind handsaw. But the main one being juniper, but junipers aren't worth doing. There's too much up-down jumping. They're like double jump every single time. Double jump up, double jump down. But of the ones that are actually worth doing for carpentry and everything, we would only be getting blacksmith and stonemason supplies. I would actually not be getting bone right supplies. I'd still be getting carpentry XP, but I wouldn't be getting bone right XP. So that doesn't actually solve the bone right issue. Other than bones from Gatherer. We're going to be deep frying so many bones. We're going to be able to open up our own McDonald's, except we're going to only serve deep fried bones. But yeah, that's fortunate and unfortunate. But that probably is the play, only upgrade hatchet. But yeah, handsaw is mostly used for all the bone rate stuff though. Use are just kind of pointless to do. And obviously we don't need the AFK activity, at least not until post 200. Alright, let's go sell our final stack. And let's go, and speaking of Gatherer, let's head to the forest. I haven't done it too much, but I don't want to wear armor in the forest. I'm going to go hide all my armor real quick. So we need a nice foresty hat. I'm going to go green elf. I need a good foresty appearance. Oh, you can't transmog your cape to off. I'd have to go swap out the cape. There we go. A little bit more foresty. Let's go buy a rake. Yeah, it's time. So I can go get the rest of my cooking contracts right now as well. I'm not going to do them right now, though. But I'll set up a really solid set. Get rid of any of the bad ones we might have. Get like a perfect set of 6 cooking for later. Not going to do any cooking right now, though, I don't think. But when I do feel like doing it later, either just stream or off stream, we're going to have like the most perfect set of 6 ever. I kind of want to get rid of the fine sausage and mash. I don't have a way of foraging the potato. But hey, we might be foraging those leeks soon. Alright, this one is free. This one is free, but bad location, but better payout. And those 2 are also free. This one's better. I think that's it then. Just want to go turn this in real quick. But no, I think this is fine. These look good to me. You can almost fit them all in one inventory too. Not quite. Actually, can we 16? Let's see something. There's no way we do it all in one run, but can we fit it all in one inventory? 16, 18, 21, 22, 20. Yeah, we can. And still have an XP pot. Ooh, that's going to be a good run. I'm going to do it right now, though. Anyways. Unfortunately, we can't cycle them all in one go. North and South Wall makes that a little bit too hard. Actually, never mind. We only have North Wall. We canceled the South Wall one. Still kind of an annoying location, but it's only a 1 turn in, so might as well. Anyways, let me go buy the thing we came here for. Just figured I'd get some cooking bounties while we're in the area. For later purposes. Gotta get that 1 to 2 cooking levels every day. Not gonna cook itself. Unless we do the AFK activity, but it's definitely not worth doing the AFK cooking activity. It is super bad value. Alright, it's time. Unfortunately, there's not an enchant all button. But time to go spam click. Where is it? There it is. The rake. The hand rake. It is time. We're here for a 25 hand rake. So we can go to the bone zone. Unfortunately, they haven't added the quality of life of enchant all yet. Definitely on the list of things that 100% need to happen. But it's probably lower priority. But I gotta enchant this 25 independent times. Not ideal, like at all. Eventually they'll add an enchant all or enchant up to X button probably. But for now, 25 times it is. I guess they didn't expect anyone to like really go crazy at once with it, but obviously people were going to. Like I assumed the assumption was, oh, you're supposed to like gradually level them all over time. But I kind of just do it all at once. Whenever I need the tool. Or we have the money to go and get it to like 25 or so. Yeah, adding an enchant X or, you know, something similar. And just add a warning menu, like, are you sure you want to spend this much money? Like, tell you how much you're about to spend, like 17.6 gold or whatever it is. And be like, are you sure you want to spend this much money right now? And then just confirm yes. Rather than having to do this 25 independent times. Watch it drop that tomorrow. That's fine. We still have a billion tools we need to upgrade. We haven't even upgraded half of them to 25 yet. Obviously, we're only doing the more useful ones for the most part. But we're not even halfway done on even getting all of them to 25. There's only our third tool. There's like 20 of them here. How many are here? Let's see. 9, 12, 15, 16. There's 16 tools in the game. I only have 3 of them to 25. Well, technically one of them's 30. But I only have 3 25 plus tools after this rake. Out of 26 total. Or whatever number I just said. 19. Whatever number was just there. I need to recount. Because I already forgot what number I just said. But obviously not all of those are useful. I think I said 19. 12, 15, 16. There's 16 tools. We only have 3 at 25. Though of course not all of them are that useful. Or like maybe like 7 or 8 of them are. Probably like 8 or 9. Depends what you want to do. And technically you may eventually need a lot of the AFK tools. Like tree loppers and things like binoculars are pretty bad early on. But post 200, these two become a lot better. Same as some of the other AFK ones. Like for example, the fishing rod. Like the things like fishing rod, tree loppers, and binoculars, excuse me, are ones that you'd probably never go for early on. But post 200, they're probably worth getting to 25. If you're really committed to getting these skills really high. Either fisher or woodcutter or detective. They are probably worth investing to 25 post 200 once you get to their first activity where you can utilize them. But not a second before then. But by that point it might be worth it. But only for post 200. Like those are tools that are really bad but become better later. Due to how the XP curve moves beyond 200. These AFK activities are actually really strong post 200. Because they're still giving you about the same amount of ad levels per day. But if you were to play, you'd have to play like 4 times longer to get the exact same amount. So everything post 200 is like 4 times more effective compared to pre-200. Obviously you can still do AFK activities pre-200, we still do. But they're about 4 times better post 200. And they become even better on top of that if you upgrade the AFK tools associated with them. So they're already 4 times better, but then if you add like another 10%, that's 4.4 times better. Okay, we're almost there. We're halfway there. And then we can go use this rake already. Yeah, hopefully we get to make all soon. We're gonna the upgrade X button. All I gotta do is just add a warning, like, are you sure you want to dump your entire cash stack on this of like 18 gold? And then just click the confirm and get this done in like 20 seconds or less. Because honestly, it's almost like a 5-minute process right here. I kind of forgot this takes so long. There's her little kitty cat over there. I like how it always walks around. Right now it's just sitting there, but like walks around, almost like greets you when you come in. It's like a weird animation flow to it. I say as it's just sitting there, but normally it does move around and everything. I guess it kind of got done with its animations now that we've been stuck here so long. Oh, there it goes. Also, there is no NPC richer than this enchantress, by the way. She's a multi-millionaire in this world. Probably even a billionaire by now. There's not any money sink even remotely close to her at the moment. There's something I was always wondering before the game came out. Like, there's all these money-making skills, but what on earth are you supposed to dump money into? The answer is Enchantress. She's currently like 99% of the entire game's money sink. Like, the Cape guy barely even dents how much money she will sink if you max every tool. Even just one tool of hers completely maxed, I think, is more money than all capes. We're pretty close to it. Like, every 500 cape in the game is cheaper than one max tool. Like, I mean, if you go to, like, level 100 enchant eventually. If you can even go that far at the moment. But assuming you can and it caps at 100. One 100 tool is more expensive than every single cape in the cape shop. Including all 500s. And when I say all, I mean like all 50s, all 100, all 200, and all 500. Is still cheaper than one 100 tool. Our handcuffs work on dens? Yes. The handcuffs work on two things. They work on raid dens, and they work on when you catch a criminal at a merchant stall. So whenever you do either of those two actions, you will get extra XP. But yeah, both raid dens and stalls will get you the extra XP. So you can get use from it while you're doing merchant, while you're doing leatherworker, and of course most notably when you're AFK in raid dens. Alright, the final level. Alright, we're done here. We won't be back until we have another 20 gold to go upgrade like our fishing rod or something. Or a hatchet, I'm not sure which yet. I'll figure something out. Honestly, I'm almost considering woodcutting. The only reason I don't want to do woodcutting is carpentry exists. And you know what a 200 woodcutting grind basically means? It's basically inevitable 200 carpentry. But I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. Especially since I want to bank a lot of it. It's so annoying. Because then your carpentry XP per hour is even worse. Alright, what am I doing? Alright, let's go do some gathering, I guess. That's all reason for getting this rake. So now we should have a 25 rake right here. Probably should have checked before I tallied. Oh yeah, I should probably bring pots with me too. But then again, oh no, is it a perfect cycle? Because I'm just going to be putting into mining AFK, so I don't really need pots actually. Yeah, we'll go potless. So hello, Memins. Hello, Reminisce. Welcome, welcome. $500 wood cutting, then 50 carp grind after. I know, right? Anything to delay the carpentry grind. Let's get 500 all before we get level 100 carpentry. I forget what this bone area is. I've used it like once ever. Just because we unlocked it at level 30 when we were going for base 30s. And I was like, ah, let me go try it real quick. The worst part is actually a little bit of a walk to bank as well. Like, it's not that bad. But it is a true room, one through combat, to go bank this stuff. You're doing gathering and alchemy? Nice. Yeah, I'm doing gathering, so it'll be cheaper to do, what's it called? Also, I love how everyone here is a guardian. I look like such an outlier as the only crown knight here. But I was about to go say something about something. I already forgot what it was now. Oh yeah, I'm doing gathering more so for bone rate. Because I don't want to do like all knowledge from 88 to 200 bone rate. Alright, where are these little shard thingies? Biggest issue here is going to be the dogs getting in the way. So I wonder if there's any downtime. If there's any downtime, we can get some free Suave trees. I just drop the logs on the ground. Yeah, I think these things cost like 3 silver each when we were buying them earlier for a little bit of carpentry. So we're saving 3 silver every time we pick one of these up. Wait, why did I only have 375 though for that? Could have sworn they were like 3 silver from the shop. Hey, do we have downtime? Okay, there is a little bit of downtime. I can grab like 1 log. Maybe even 2 logs. Yeah, every single time I'm going to grab 1 log and just drop it on the ground. I don't have an upgraded axe, but it's just free knowledge and XP. It seems like there's enough downtime with the respawn to get 1 log. I can already see the extra XP coming through. Because this is way quicker than before. 10% doesn't seem like much, but it really adds up. Like every 10 is basically a free bone. Hey, we got a blue elf hat. Yeah, it looks like we have enough time to do 1 log every time. Which isn't a lot, but hey, free woodcutting XP, free knowledge. Got a ton of hats in case anyone needs one. Well, I'm gonna need someone to trade with in about a week. When my alt accounts get their 20. So if anyone's willing to help with that, probably by like next weekend or slightly earlier. Because I'm gonna need a trade for unique 20 on both of them. Back to back. And we can get it done in like 5 minutes. If I had someone who has like a billion hats they don't need. Oh, we have to go through 2 combat rooms. That's not ideal. Not much we can do about it, though. And of course, we will be banking every bone. Because one of the whole reasons we're doing this is to make bone rate XP go up. I need bone rate number to say higher number than it does right now. So we'll be banking literally every last bone. I think won't be the few drop logs, but... Oh yeah, what woodcutting level do we need for a better Suavi? Because one thing that's kind of funny is we're going to have a better Suavi by some point during this grind. Not right now when we're doing this, but you know, at some point. Like by the time we're on the next cycle of bone here, we're going to have like a tier 2 Suavi tree to go with our tier 2 femur shard. Even though we're not getting any extra percent on it, we wouldn't be anyways, because I only plan to upgrade the hatchet. I don't really plan to do the handsaw. And unfortunately, you need a handsaw for Suavies. But yeah, this is probably our life this weekend. We're going to be in the bone zone. Not sure if we're going to go all the way. But, I don't know, we'll see. We're not even at 1 level yet, so got a ways to go. But the main reason we're doing this is for bone rate, of course. Because we need 200 bone rate. Not in like the immediate future, but these bones are to alleviate the pain of you doing that. Any excess bones we should also be able to use for the armor making skill. And by excess bones, I mean all of them will be excess bones because I'm not actually using any of them. Because I don't have the carpentry component to go with it. So basically every bone is an excess bone. The only weird part about this area is there's no like ambience. I mean, there's only ambience. There's no like actual music track. So it's like really, really quiet. Yeah, it's a grind I still need to go finish later. I'm not in a rush, though. I gotta go get 20 hats on all my alts. Are any of you guys doing that? We did a poll earlier. It seemed like about 25% of people were doing it. Like getting all 20 hats on every alt. Keep in mind, if you ever do want it on your alts, you need at least like one hat. So you can at least trade for whatever hat you might want on them. But if you want all 20, you need to get them on at least 20 hats. Ideally, you know, one of each unique. Oh, of course, once you have 20, you can just trade for whatever you're missing. I noticed that gathering's pretty peaceful. It's kind of like mining, but bones. If I look at it like that, seems better. They were literally just mining for bones right now. It's just another skill in like RuneScape 3 that's somewhat like this. I know it has more to it than just this. But isn't archaeology kind of like this in RuneScape 3? I never actually played it. But isn't one component of it basically just like touching bones on the ground over and over again? For not detective XP, but for what's it called? I literally just said it. Archaeology XP. Isn't that like one part of archaeology? I know it's not the entire skill. Archaeology is nothing like this. But isn't that part of the skill, though? You, like, touch random bones on ground and get XP drops. I know that's not the whole skill. There's probably, like, 10% of it. Not even. Is that not an activity you do in archaeology, though? I know it's not the entire skill, obviously. Kind of like how this isn't the entire gathering skill, either. Even though we're going to almost pretend it is, because I really need the bones. I'm thinking of prayer. Am I? I could have sworn archaeology has like a bunch of nodes that you have to click that are like somewhat AFK as part of like the activity. But no, I know how prayer works in both games. Normally you just get a bunch of bones for monsters and just spam an altar over and over again. Ideally with incense burnt. Yeah, the wolves actually make their house. It's so quiet in this area, it's actually louder than the ambience. Did you guys hear that? The little wolf thing? That's funny. I never realized they randomly howl. Nice little touch. Is there a potion to increase wearer weapon rate? No. There's no mechanic like that currently in the game. To increase rarity rate. But who knows? Maybe an amulet slot. Imagine they add like Ring of Wealth, but for like everything. I'm curious if you will add a Ring of Wealth equivalence in this game. But as an Amulet of Wealth or Amulet of Good Fortune or something. Whatever he calls it. Where it has like a luck stat on it or something. But yeah, currently there's nothing that increases drop rate of anything. At least not yet. It's still the only unused slot as far as what currently exists. I guess technically cape is also unused. Like, obviously it's used, but it's only cosmetically used at the moment. There's no cape that has stats on it currently. So it's basically just a glorified Cosmog slot. But now that they do have the Cosmogs, assuming they just make all skill capes Cosmogs, but you still have to buy them in order to use the Transmog. I keep getting the Cosmog, I mean you know what I mean. But now they have the Transmog system. Also, why is this guy killing a wolf right on my bone? Good, he logged out. Don't kill the wolf bone. I need that wolf bone. But, where's I going with this? But yeah, I do kind of hope they add keeps with stats now. Because now that they have a transmog system, they just have to make like every skill keep a transmog now. And then you can have an actual real cape with stats and everything. Because now it doesn't matter as long as you just make all capes into transmogs like there is for like, you know, every other slot pretty much. That way we can have like 2 utility items doing special things. One for amulet and one for cape. That will double your amount of utilities. Because a cape of good luck would be really fun. Like any kind of cape that had like a luck stat on it. Instead of like slightly better DPS or something. Or any other of billion other mechanics that they could add to it. Same as amulet. I really hope they're used like utility things. Particularly amulet. I really hope they put like a billion different special effects on it. And one thing that you kind of have to decide before you do anything is like, oh yeah, what amulet and or cape buff do I want right now? Particularly amulet. Yeah, we just got a Christmas tree. Because right now, most of your gear, at least in the current state of the game, there's not really much other than weapon choice as far as like, oh, what am I going to go choose for this given activity? But, I hope amulet becomes that. Even if armor stays kind of standardized where, you know, you wear your best armor, that's fine. But I still hope that you have to choose between activities. Like, oh yeah, what amulet will be best for this activity that I'm about to go do? I'm hoping it has a really diverse range as far as what you can do for it. I want it to be more than just, here's some extra stats. Like actual effects and various things would be fun. Because there's already enough slots that are just, here are some stats. Amulet's a perfect spot to do something more than that. Which is probably why there's no amulets yet. Otherwise, you'd just be like helm or body, where it's like, here's a few extra bonus stats. The other interesting thing with amulet is notice it has like a different tab here. Like it's not under health, it's not under deflect, it's under amulet. There's literally a whole amulet tab for whatever your amulet will do. Make it even more likely it'll be various, you know, random effects or something. Like there's a whole amulet tab for what your amulet specifically does for you. It's separated from everything else. Like there's no helm location or body or anything like that, or even weapon. The only separation is amulet. I guess technically max health, but the only other separation beyond that is amulet. About how many gatherer levels are we gaining per hour? I want to say like 2.5. Would be a bit higher than that. It's hard to tell. Probably should have started a timer just to see. I can easily see based on stream time later. It's just a little bit annoying to try to check it right now, since the stream's still going. But yeah, this might be our life this weekend, for better or for worse. I don't mind it. I do prefer mining a little bit more. I was not sure if I should commit all the way to 200 after just doing a 200 mining grind. But oh no, we're getting to the point where we kind of have to start doing that. Like our casual weekend grind is going to be like, yep, let's go get a 200. It's that time of the week again. Let's go get our next 200. The 1-200 I 100% want to finish this weekend. I almost know for sure I won't finish 200 Gatherer. But this weekend we finish 200 Smithing. I do not leave this weekend without 200 Smithing. We're at 185 right now. I got to knowledge it to 193. And then we pretty much have enough iron ore banked to go get it to 200. But yeah, we do not leave this weekend without 200 Smithing. We're going to do iron bars only from 193 to 200. Not even any iron product, just iron bars. Nothing but processing like 10,000 iron ore into iron bar. I will be doing most of that off stream if I can help it. Though I do need to start working on that, possibly even today, off stream. While I watch the Game Awards and everything. But, yeah, we gotta go process like 20,000 iron. Oh yeah, I forgot, I can't actually start it now. Because I need 193 smithing. Ooh, yeah. Forgot about that. Actually can't start it until like Saturday, probably? Like Saturday night. Because I need 193 smithing before I can. And today I'm putting all my stuff into mining knowledge. So we can AFK mining tonight. Nope, don't do that. What are you doing? I'm trying to click on the path. He's clicking on the tree. So I wonder if I'll find any level 200 plus gatherers while doing this. I think I've actually seen a 200 plus gatherer yet. I've seen woodcutter. I've seen carpenter. I've seen scout. I don't think I've seen one for gatherer yet. Like there's a 200 scout right there. Fighting at level 308. And if we ever want to see where the woodcutters are, I could actually show you right now where all the 200 woodcutting and carpentry capes are. They're right here. Oh. They're right. Wait. Technical difficulties. They're right here. Oh, technical difficulties again. Oh no, I found one. They're not wearing the cape though. They're right. I'll find one. They're right here. Oh. They're right here. Wow, they're all sleeping. They're right, where are they? Did they all go on strike? Same server. I need a different person. Chino. They're right here. They're all on strike! Why is everyone striking on woodcutting? No one's woodcutting today. They're right here. Gosh, I need more people. They're right here. Oh, I got the same server again. Oh, they all went on strike today. I can't find them. But all the woodcutters went on strike. That all moved off of the bramble to whatever the next tier is. I normally stay on bramble for a while because it just covers so much range. But I normally always see like a 200 carpentry and or woodcutting cape there of all the people going for 500. Oh, you know why? Maybe the first person finally got 500. Did Nat finally finish? We saw him yesterday. Wait, did he actually finish 500 woodcutter? Maybe that's why everyone stopped. Because the first person finally hit 500. So they're like, I don't need to rush as much anymore. Let's see. Yep, that's why. Okay, I found out why they stopped. The first 500 woodcutter has reached the max. We saw him yesterday at 480. But yeah, he got 500 since then. But yeah, that's why they all stopped. Never mind. They saw 500 and they're like, yeah, there's no point in rushing it anymore. Let me go do something else. But yeah, I see what happened then. Some of them gave up as soon as the first 500 ended up landing. But yeah, we saw him yesterday. Or 2 days ago, whenever it was. I think it was yesterday. He was at 480 at the time. Or at least the leaderboard said 480. Maybe it was slightly higher. But he's at 500 now. Which should make him the first 500 woodcutter. He doesn't have 500 carpentry, though. He's doing very minimal carpentry. There was some guy, I think, called Sap, who was doing an even amount of woodcutting carpentry. Who I think is at like almost like 300. But Nate, or Nat, went all the way for 500 woodcutter first. He also probably banked very little carpentry. He was just doing it for woodcutting XP, not to do any carpentry. I think he's still got an okay carpentry level, though. Let me see. It's not, like, absurdly high, but it's, like, you know, above average high. He got level, yeah, he got 115 carpentry. Which is not insane, but, you know, that's gonna go higher in time. I don't think he banked that much carpentry XP, though. Because the methods he was using were maximizing woodcutting XP, not carpentry. But yeah, 115 is good, but it's not like 500 woodcutting good. Like at best, he probably has like 200 banked. He might not even try going for 500 carpentry. I know, maybe he will. The problem is he'd have to buy most of the logs from someone. He's at best, he has like 200 banked, maybe 250 at absolute best. He stayed mostly on the Suave Bramble, or the Bramble Suave. Which for most level range is the highest XP. I think there's a few logs that get better. So he probably has those banked for carpentry later down the line. But similar to how our stonemason is, there's probably like big gaps in between. Where he's going to need to get like 30, 40 knowledge points worth of levels in order to actually move on to his next activity. There's going to be like huge gaps between what he can actually process and not process. Definitely going to have to utilize those AFK activities. Post 200. Oh, I did not mean to go for that now. Whoops. I did not mean to go for that Suave log. Now we're going to need a different Suave log. Okay, that's what these billion trees are used for. We're like surrounded by them. It's like 4 of them in this room. Oh, I actually could have made it for the other Suave tree. I didn't realize his respawn rate is that quick. There's one thing that's weird with trees. The respawn rate is definitely quicker than ore. Like, you can pretty much get like a perfect cycle on like 6 trees, but you can never do that with 6 ore. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but the respawn timer is way quicker. So I still don't remember all the locations are. I still wish the sense spell would show you the highlight of where the resource would have been when it hasn't respawned yet. I feel like that's one thing that's always annoying when doing foraging. Hey, another cat. You got the red pudding. Which was our lowest earlier, but it's really caught up now. Same thing happened to it that happened to Yellow Tree, though. Yellow Tree went really crazy. Took 63 until we got 1, and now we have 11. Those things just skyrocketed up. Oh, straight into mining you go. Gotta get that mining AFK rolling by tonight. Yep, we finally got 25 Rake. We just upgraded it, like what, 10 minutes ago? 20, 30? Losing track of all sense of time, but yeah, we got 25 Rake now. Which of course is 10% XP bonus. Hey, what level can I get the better Rake? Do we have to wait all the way till, what level is it? Sickle's over there. Is it really 111 before you get a better rake? Because that's like insanely high. I guess so. Is this considered a 1-star rake? I assume so. Lowest tiers is considered 1-star. But the 2 stars all the way at 111, which is so, like, far away. Like, it's not even close. Yeah, it is. Wow, we gotta wait till level 111 before we get a 5% increase. That is so bad. Why is it like this? Yeah, you gotta wait all the way till 111 for 5% bonus. That is not ideal at all. Yeah, better than nothing, I guess. Yeah, we don't get a 5% increase until 111. And even then, it's only going to be 5%. There's one even more reasons why having the enchants is important here. Because you get far less free upgrades from the tool itself. But yeah, I'm not sure why they made that so bad. I think you only ever get 2 upgrades. The pickaxe has like, what, 5 upgrades? 4 upgrades? It's really weird. I'm not sure why they made it like that. Why you get so few. I guess the other foraging skills maybe like that as well. But yeah, it's really bad. You gotta get to 111 just for 5%. Otherwise, all you have is whatever you enchant it up to. How much is 25 rake? It's about 17.6 gold. Which I could tell you exactly. It is, not that. It is this number right here. 17.8 gold. Or 17.9, however you want to process that number. 17.857 gold. As long as you have 18, you're good to go. And that gives you 10% bonus. It's basically as far as you want to upgrade any tool. The main exception is I did go for a 30 pickaxe just because pickaxe is so good. And because I plan on doing a lot of mining. We also tested, and it does work on the AFK activity as well. I wasn't 100% certain on it, but I did test it today. 100% that the your mining tool actually works on every mining AFK. The only one it doesn't work on, obviously, is gold panning. But every other mining AFK in the game, it does work on. It's one of the reasons why you've seen me right now putting all my things in the mining AFK. Because we did test and confirm today that, which we kind of already knew, but I wasn't like 100% sure on it. But, yeah, we did test it with the 2 accounts. One with the 0 pickaxe and one with, you know, just mega pickaxe. And you do indeed gain an EXP increase from pickaxe when doing an AFK activity. Assuming it uses the pickaxe, which is everything but the gold panning. Which is really, really strong. Especially post 200. Because I think I have like 31% on my pickaxe right now. It is so strong. Which means the AFK activity is also 31% more effective. Which is very absurdly strong. It's probably like the single best tool to upgrade in the entire game. Because it works on nearly every mining activity and nearly every AFK activity. The only exceptions are gold panning AFK, blast mining, and minecart. But every other mining activity, both active and AFK, it works on. Which is a lot. Probably like the single best tool in the entire game. And that's why we got to level 30 instead of 25. And after level 30, it like super falls off a cliff. I think every upgrade is like 2 point something gold. Let's see. Yeah, every upgrade after 31 is 2.5 gold or higher. So even though it's really good to keep going, even after 30, it's still not worth it. It's 2.5 gold plus every single upgrade is so expensive. Just for 0.4% permanently. Like, it's such a good tool, but gosh, the price hike is very sharp. Why didn't I tell you this 3 days ago? What? What part of that? That the pickaxe upgrades your AFK mining? I was not 100% sure on it. The main thing that made me check it is I saw on the wiki that it said when I was looking up the Rake, it was showing that the Rake would buff the bone AFK. And I was like, oh, if it does that, then it must do it for mining as well. And then we officially tested it today because I had my alt at higher mining. So I was able to finally test it today. Because I needed to wait until my other account had 25 mining. So that it could get the diminished return on 20. And yeah, I tested it today. And yeah, the pickaxe is indeed giving extra to AFK mining. A lot extra. Like the whole 31% that we have. Like basically every 3 hours of AFK is a free hour. With how strong that pickaxe is. Which goes without saying is super strong. Like absurdly so. You spend it all on fishing tool upgrade. Which one? The spear? The spear one's pretty good. It's still worth it if you're going for high fishing. Though you don't need it any higher than 25 unless you're going like post 200. Because I still need to go upgrade my spear to 25. It's a little bit of a lower priority right now, but it's still something I need to go do. Both spear and net? Oh yeah, the net's not as needed. If you're going to do 2, you should be doing spear and rod. That way when you do post 200 fishing, you can use the rod to make it go quicker. Because for most skills, you want to use whatever... Basically, when it comes to any enchant skill, you want to first enchant whatever the most useful tool is in any given thing. And then after that, you want to do whatever their AFK tool is post 200. So for fishing, that would be your spear, then your fishing rod. For something like gather, basically all of them because of how it works. For something like woodcutter, you'd mostly want to do hatchet and then tree loppers post 200. For something like, let's see, what is still left? For something like mining, you literally only do pickaxe. For something like detective, depending on what method you want to do, you can either do the handcuffs plus eventually binoculars post 200, or do magnifying glass and then the binoculars. I feel like most people go the handcuff route, and then post 200 you do binoculars. I just haven't done it yet because I haven't reached the first binocular post 200 yet. Once I do, I will. And yeah, I think that was all of them, right? I think that was all of them. The only one that's kind of weird as far as how you upgrade them is foraging. I don't know enough about foraging to know which distribution I should do. I'm probably just going to get all of them to 25 before I do the monument grind. I know some are slightly more important. Like, I think the trowel is the most important one, technically. But I'm just going to get them all to 25 before I do the grind. Just make it easier. That way, regardless of what method we do, we'll have the benefit. It's probably going to be the only one I do all of them on, just because we're going to go to 490. Eventually. No time soon, obviously. But, you know, we're eventually going to do the 490 monument grind, so we'll eventually need all of them to some degree. It's one of my few requirements I want to have before I ever do that grind. Bare minimum 25 all foraging tools. Ideally 10% XP pots as well, though it's not as required. Because obviously we'll be knowledging foraging when we do the foraging grind, probably. At least until 200, until we upgrade to AFKs. I'm not sure if any of these are used in the AFK activities, though. If I had to guess, it's probably the trowel. But I'm actually not sure if you actually use these for extra XP rate or not. Like, so far, the only 2 skills I've seen that do that is Rake, when you're doing a bone AFK, and mining for, like, nearly everything. But I don't think there's been another one. I'm not aware of any. Maybe next chapter or something. Maybe when the Bone Wrangler skill comes out. Because that's the only gathering skill coming out next chapter. Like, ones that will actually have proper tools and everything. Because as far as what's announced, we're getting a combat skill, like we always do, though they're considering reworking how combat works. But we're going to get a combat skill, we're going to get a, called Shield Breaker. We're going to get a builder skill that, probably won't need any tools. What exactly it does, we don't really know, but there probably won't be an upgradable tool, but who knows, maybe there will be. We're going to have a standard forager, which is going to be like gather or foraging. With a little worm hand. And then the other one is obviously armor maker, which also won't have a tool, but will definitely be very worthwhile to go get leveled. And would likely function similar to how the other ones already do. Like bone wright, blacksmith, stonemason. Likely requiring leather, plus the material from the respective 3 skill. It likely will not require any carpentry though. Carpentry seems like it's only for weapons. There's been no indication that you'll need wood to make any armor. But there's a pretty high indication you'll need bone, smelted bars, and etched stones, though. That's one of the other reasons I'm doing this gathering grind on bones. This is all going to be armor down the line. They didn't 100% confirm you'll need bones to make armor, but if you've ever looked at guardian armor, there's like a 99% chance you probably need bones. They're kind of like completely covered with them. So you'll likely need leather plus bone. Or at least that's what I'm banking on. Quite literally. Because we're going to be banking so many bones. But there's no way that that armor that has literal bones on it doesn't require bones to make. I refuse to believe that will be a thing. or not be a thing. And that's what we're doing right now. We are gathering basically 200 armor maker worth of bones. As well as in the short term getting bone rate higher. In the short term, the main reason I'm doing this is bone rate XP. In the long term, the reason I'm doing it is bone rate XP and armor making XP. But in the short term, this is just for bone rate. Well, in the short term, this is just for gatherer. Then in the medium term, it's for bone rate 200. And in the longer term, it's also for armor maker 200. What's my goal for today? I already technically achieved it. My goal for today was to get a level 25 Rake. And we've gotten a 25 Rake. We made all the money for it, and now we're just test driving it before we commit to what might be a level 200 gatherer grind. I'm mostly assessing the damage of what are we committing ourselves to if I try getting 200 gatherer over the next several days. So right now I'm just kind of test driving our new toy that we got. But, yeah, we'll see. Oh, blue Santa hat. I definitely don't want to try to finish it by this weekend. It's too much of a rush. I'll be doing a little bit of other stuff in between. I don't want to just rush it straight to 200. Because I do want to prioritize 200 smithing, hopefully sometime soon. But it is pretty high priority to get this to 200. Mostly for bone rate. Because we're going to be dunking a good majority of these bones. Some of these lower tier ones, like this one I have right now, I might not be dunking all of them. I might just dunk a few. But any of the higher tier ones, we will be dunking pretty much all of them. Like any bone that's like 80 plus tier. Like the ones that we start getting at like 70 plus gatherer. Like every single one of those onwards, we're probably dunking. But some of these low tier ones, like the ones we're getting now, probably won't be dunked. I'll dunk like a few in case we ever need them. But it's mostly the ones that are actually going to yield good XP, like 70 plus, 80 plus, 90 plus. Anything beyond that are going to be like the real bones. So our first like real bone that we'll be getting from this grind, that we'll be dunking like a huge amount of, is likely going to be Bone Spike. Tier 2 Bone Spike. I think that'll be like the first bone that we really go crazy on as far as dunking. Because that'd be the lowest tier, high tier bone that would be worth dunking. Like all of them of. Everything prior to this probably isn't enough XP. Maybe Flat Snake as well, I guess. I don't know, we'll see about Flat Snake. But definitely at least Bone Spike and further is when the XP rate will be decent. And then Femur Shard tier 2 and onwards definitely would be decent. Which is basically what we're doing now, but the tier 2 version. Like anything here onwards is where the real XP will be at relative to our level range. Of course, I'll still have to knowledge bone rate pretty heavily, as well as do the AFK activities to offset whatever we have. Because I won't be actually making this into equipment. I'll simply be dunking them. Kind of like what we did with smithing. Where I made very minimal equipment other than the weapons I needed. And bone rate's going to be very similar. Where I'm basically just going to be dunking the bones, kind of like how we smelted the bars, but I'm not going to be doing like any equipment out of them. Mostly because of carpentry. You know the reason why. But it's mostly a carpentry thing. But one byproduct of that is we're banking so much armor maker supplies in the future, most likely. Which I do want to rush to 200. Not like the first person rush, but you know. Like we'll definitely be like top 10 people to get there. Or at least that's the goal. I'm not sure if I still haven't decided if I'm doing post 200 armor maker though. Like I want to get 200 like near immediately, but I don't want to like... I'm not sure if I'm doing 500. Because that's at least like a month-long project. If we were to go from like 200 to 500. I don't think I want to commit to that. We'll definitely be getting it up slowly over time. I just don't think I want to like power grind at the 500. In the short term, we're not even going to need it that high. Because I mostly would just want to keep it up to where our armor is in any combat zone. Unless they're like drastically changing how armor is going to work and everything. Or, you know, how combat will work and everything. Which they kind of are, but we kind of have to see what they're doing with that first. Like in the current state of the game, I really don't need higher than like 250 armor maker. Even 200 would mostly cover us for now. In the current state of the game, 250 is like already overkill for where we are right now. Not sure if that's going to be the case down the line as well, but at least currently, 250 is already overkill and 200 is kind of already enough. Brewing bones. Yeah, we gotta deep fry them bones. Nothing like some good old deep fried bones. So after today, other than combat, you should only need 2 more skills until base 50s. No, we need a few more than 2. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah, it is only 2. Never mind. Yeah, so after tomorrow, because I'm not going to get 50 today. But yes, after tomorrow, there will only be 2 skills I need for base 50s, ignoring combat. Because I'm mostly waiting for special attacks. But yeah, it's fishing and forager. Main reason I don't quite want to do forager yet, 2 reasons. One is it requires too many tools. And the other being, it clutters your box too much with useless junk. So I want to put it off for a little bit. And fishing, we can kind of do whenever. The only thing keeping me from doing fishing literally right now, like after I get 50 gather, is I would want to have a level 25 fishing rod before I do. Which means I need to go run the money printer once again until we make like 18 gold. And that is like a 2-day project. Unless we really power grind it on a day. Because right now I'm only generating like 1.4, 1.5 gold an hour. So if we wanted something like 18, that's like a, you know, good 15-ish hour grind. I don't know, if we really went all in on one day, we can kind of do it in like 12-ish hours. Like, it's definitely something that can be done in one day. But that means we're literally doing nothing but leatherworker for like 12 hours straight. Which I'd prefer not to do. But I'm not against doing if we had to. That's the only problem with why I'm not doing fishing yet. As we literally have to do leatherworker non-stop for an entire day to be able to afford fishing. Obviously, it's not required to have the better XP rate. But, you know, if we're going to do it at this point, we might as well. Because I need the levels anyways for leatherworker and merchant. Oh, what's the money-making method? Oh, it's just merchant into leatherworker. That's what we're doing for money. Nothing particularly out there. Pretty standard money printer. Do merchant until you have discount for your leather. Then do leather until you have as much money as you need. This will become a bit less viable post 200. But pre 200, you know, we still need the XP for it. It's only post 200 is it quite a bit less effective. Also because of how long it takes before we get an upgrade again. Obviously the money printing that you do at that point is really good. I think it's like 1.8 gold an hour. Actually, we were looking up earlier. Is it still up? No, I got rid of it. But yeah, I think it was like 1.8 gold an hour for leatherworker at level 205. Or sorry, at level 205 merchant and level like what 190 leatherworker. Because we'd have to go further in merchant if we want the better hide, but we'd have to go like way further in merchant. So I'm not sure how much further I would really go. Because the best we'd be able to do is 190 deer hide. Unless I went like really crazy high on merchant. Oh no, I might do post 200 merchant. I haven't decided. I know I want 205. I'm just not sure if I want to get the AFK activity. I feel like it's a waste to do the AFK activity for merchant. I don't know, we'll see. I just feel like the ability itself already gets XP rate so quick that you don't really need it. It feels like a waste to put that much knowledge into it. But oh no, I know it won't feel like doing that much merchant though. Like the amount of merchanting you would have to do to get to like 250. So we can do leatherworker further is so much merchant. But it would also take us like over a month to AFK the merchant level we would need. Which is a whole month of other XP we wouldn't be getting. Oh yeah, tools get way better than what they do in old school. I'm not sure how they've scaled in RuneScape 3. But yeah, in old school RuneScape, the best XP rate bonus you can get for a skill is 2.5%. After you got the whole profession outfit. It is really, really low. It's high enough that it's still worth it for how much time it takes to get them, because normally most of them are pretty quick. But yeah, 2.5% is basically zero. Especially since it didn't even... It takes like a day for us to have gotten 25% for this. I mean, 10% I mean. Level 25. Like, 10% is pretty substantial. Like, it doesn't sound like much, but it adds up. Like, if we weren't to go all the way to 200 gather, it saves like 4-ish hours on our way to 200 gather.
Hey, when's the next upgrade, by the way? I know it's no time soon. I just want to see when it is. We could technically do leak at 38. Not sure if it's worth it, though. We'll definitely test it just to see. Worst comes to worst, we'll get the first time bonus for it. But our next real upgrade is until 43, which we're definitely not reaching today. I have no intention to. I want to work towards it, but we're definitely not going to get there. Tomorrow's goal is definitely 50 Gatherer. Obviously, we'll go even higher than that. But bare minimum goal tomorrow is 50 Gatherer. Is that'll be one more thing ticked off of base 50. And then we only have 4 left. 2 of which are combat, which are basically free. It's only fishing and foraging that's up in the air. I could technically do both without an upgraded tool. I just feel like it'd be bad to do so. Also, I just skipped a bone. Whoops. I just feel like it'd feel really, really bad doing it without one. Now that we're kind of used to just perpetually having a 25% bonus forever. I mean 10%. I keep saying 25. You know what I mean. A 25 tool, a 10% upgrade. Because not having that 10% is going to make everything feel so much slower. But I think at this point I'll go for one more gathering level. I was just wanted to test this just to see what the feel would be like. Honestly, it's not bad. I enjoy this. I do enjoy mining a bit more. But this is just ground mining. Whereas mining off the ground. It's alternative mining. We're just mining for bones instead of actual ore and everything. If nothing else, it technically is, because it's feeding into the Chapter 3 skills. It's one of the whole reasons we're even doing this. Is, of course, Bone Right XP. Hey, we got a blue pudding hat. That's my favorite one, the puddings. Actually, probably one of my favorite ones in general. Because my absolute favorite are all like the generic ones, like, you know, like a yellow or green elf hat or a red Santa hat. I would like the out there ones. I would say the blue pudding is my favorite. Like as far as the unique ones that are in this game. But you can't go wrong with a classic red Santa. Actually, I just realized we're almost 1,800. Ooh, should that be a goal? The only problem is I'm not using my knowledge on XP, so it would take so much longer if we try doing that. It's not worth trying to do right now. Because I'm probably only going for about another hour or so. Not all in bone right. But honestly, I am tempted to. I mean, gatherer, I mean. That, or we could start trying to dunk some of these bones. I don't think it's worth it for how low of a tier this is, though. I'd still have to dunk some amount of them, so... Maybe I'll go do that just to kind of see what the time frame is for dunking. Because it's basically our trial run, just so we know what we're getting ourselves into for both dunking and for gathering. But that might be the play, then. At 33, Gatherer, I'm going to start dunking some of these bones. Not all of them. Because we kind of want to gauge like how long it takes to dunk them. I feel like it's pretty quick, isn't it? I feel like dunking's a bit quicker than the other process. Because you don't ever need gas. So you don't have that whole time frame thing. And the animation's just, you put them in and then you spin it around. I guess the other ones are kind of like that too. But the biggest thing is that you don't need gas for it, which is nice. The bank is also a few tiles closer compared to doing stone. It's about the same distance as smithing, but for whatever reason, the stone bank is in like a different room from where you do the etching of the stone. So you got like a weird like walk cycle before you get there. It's actually the furthest one from any of them from a where you do it. It's not that many more. It's like only like 3 tiles, but smithing and bone rate are both like right on top of their production thing. Like the thing where you go and produce them into their final material is like pretty much right on a bank. I think in both smithing and bone rate they're like less than 6 tiles away. Or it's almost like 10 for stonemason or something. I never actually counted the tiles like to the dot, but it's definitely more. It's almost like 50% more tiles just to reach it. Which is so bad because you already need to do gas. So not only do you have to do gas for all of them for stonemason, but you also have to do a slightly longer walk. It's not much, but it adds up over time when you're doing like hundreds of inventories. Especially the gas. Doing stonemason or bone rate, you forget what KP is. Yeah, KP is pretty bad for all production skills right now. Like, they're really, really slow. I want to say it's like 3 an hour. It's actually below the average rate. I think the average activity in the game is close to like 3.3, 3.5 or so. So anything that's like 4 or higher is really good. And anything that's closer to 3 or even below 3 is really bad. And I believe smithing bars, dunking bones, and etching stones are all around 3. When you account for gas time, their distance, and everything else. They're only like 3 to 3.3 or something per hour. Yeah, it's not bad as bad for alchemy. It's mostly bad for the 3 production skills in the mines of Matubin. It used to be 6 times worse as well before they fixed the bug. Like when I did the Lost and Found quest, it was actually 6 times worse. When we were doing all that grind. Because they were only giving it for 1 resource. So whenever you dunked like 6 bones or smith 6 bars, you only got 0.5 knowledge rather than 6. I mean, sorry, rather than 3. They have since fixed that glitch after like a week and a half. But we did the entirety of the Lost and Found grind. Only getting 0.5 instead of 3 knowledge points every single time we were doing that. Which is so horrifically bad. But luckily that bug has been fixed. Because it was only processing 1 even when you did 6. It was still giving you XP for 6, but it was only giving you knowledge for 1. But they fixed that since then. It's been fixed for a good month now. Yeah, Rake was originally not giving extra XP to bones. Also, manacles at one point were not giving extra XP to raid dens. They were to when you were catching thieves, but not to raid dens. But they've all been fixed in that regard. So one of the other reasons I didn't really go for too much upgrades initially, it's like, oh no, what else is bugged with them? But now I believe they got all the bugs fixed. Like handcuffs give you the proper XP now. The Rake gives you the proper XP for bones, so on and so forth. I don't think there's any tool that's currently glitched in that regard. They got all those out after like a week or 2. Yeah, we also had to live through the 100% knowledge point cap. I wonder how many levels I've killed through that. I'm pretty sure I'd have 50 more levels. Like at least 200 more knowledge. If it wasn't for... If this existed at launch, the 200% thing. Because we have burnt so much knowledge, particularly while doing merchant. Like any activity where you gain like a lot really quickly. Like there were some merchant runs where I was doing a turn-in where I was wasting almost like 20 something if I was doing like a triple turn-in. And didn't realize we were like right at threshold. But I've wasted at least 50 levels worth of knowledge points. Like at minimum. At least 200 of them. But of course now you don't really do that unless you're trying to double pot. Which I generally don't really bother with. The only time I really waste it is sometimes on the alts. Because I try to have them hold 2 knowledge points. So that they can, so I don't need to play them for a while. But even that, I've been starting to keep them at like 160 or 180 instead. And then just train whatever last bit I need so they don't waste any knowledge. I'll still have to play them later down the line, but it's only for like, you know, like a minute or 2. It's actually, well, one feature that's really, really nice. If you guys have been utilizing it on your alts at all, on your other 2 slots, holding like 180, 190 knowledge is so good. It makes it so you only have to check on them basically like once a week. Like obviously you have to check on them daily and everything. But you know, as far as like doing anything on them, like actively, you only have to do it like once a week if you want to. Because that's about how long 200% knowledge will last, or 190%, or you know, similar numbers. It lasts for about 1 week of AFK. So at most you only have to check on them like 1 minute a day. And then once a week you need to then get them 200% knowledge. The only problem with that is getting 200% knowledge on them takes quite a bit of time. Is that's like a, what, like half an hour? Almost an hour, depending on what you're doing. Like anywhere from like half an hour to like 45 minutes. We only have to do that like once a week on them. Otherwise, you can just check them for a minute a day. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes if you're doing the ventures. That's something I actually don't have set up on my alts yet. I don't actually have any ventures set up yet. I really need to. I currently have them trying to get the mining one. Then after the mining one, I'll get them the detective one. Both of those 2 ventures combined should be under 3 minutes per day. But the main one taking up time being the mining one. The detective one's pretty quick. Because once you get there, it only takes like 10 seconds. The problem is getting there. It takes like half a minute. So it looks like we have no armor on, but I do actually have armor on right now. So they basically just whack us for nothing. I'm using I'm using chapter 4 armor, but the chapter 4 armor is so strong that even with the reduced numbers, it's still fine. I wonder if that will actually be a thing in chapter 5. They haven't reworked how combat works and everything. I wonder if you'll just be able to walk. Wow, he's fighting a 490. That guy's almost like pure guard right there, or scout. I don't think I've ever seen someone doing that yet. That's a high level. He's like level 600 something, but he's like 400 something scout. Like 490 something or 480 something. Anyways, I was saying something about something. It wasn't important though. I already forget. Alright, let's go get this gatherer level and then we'll start dunking some deep fried bones. Just kind of want to gauge about how many we could do per like however many. There's just a wiki actually say. If I go to bone right, does it say how many you can dunk per hour? Because whatever the guesstimate is probably fine. Bone right. Does it have like the dunk per hour rate anywheres? Because all bones should dunk equally. Do we have like a dunk per hour number? Oh, weapon attack speed. Acquiring material, overview. Brewing bones. Doesn't say. Alright, here we go. Wait, no, it doesn't say that. It says all these numbers, but it doesn't say how long it takes to brew a full inventory of bones. It's talking about like banking them and everything. Buy bank and all that. Huh, weird. Oh, so I might as well do it in inverse order now that we waited so long. It doesn't say how many bones per hour you can dunk. It says like so many numbers there, but the bones per hour. Or even the bones per X amount of seconds. It says how much it would take to buy them. And then make them into weapons. I mean, nowhere's there unless I missed it. It says like how long it takes to do 24 bones or even 6 bones. What am I doing? I forgot. We're doing this in a weird order. I'm basically doing it in inverse order compared to before. And it should be the last batch we need for now. Should it be the same as smithing bars? I'm not sure because the animation is different. I'm not sure if it stalls the animation a bit longer or shorter. Because they both have a different animation. I'm not sure if they made them both exactly the same. And even if they did, I forget how many bars you could do per hour as well. I actually don't know. So why does it feel like an important item was supposed to be like right here? This looks like a path that's supposed to go to a quest at some point. This looks really important. Oh, we just got a green Santa. But this looks like they were going to expand this area and then never did. Or it's going to be a future quest. Just look at this path right here. It looks like it's supposed to go forward. But it doesn't. Looks like you can almost like crawl underneath. Which you can crawl underneath. Oh, come on. This is definitely for a quest or something later. You're going to crawl into like a cave to go fight a boss or something. Yeah, they definitely planned something there, gosh. There's literally a crawl hole to go in there. But it leads to nothing. I got scammed. There's literally a crawl hole just sitting there. Oh, they're definitely putting something there eventually. Either something quest locked, a ball, something. Emotional support spot with people with anxiety. Actually, you know where the funniest one of those is? If you guys ever seen it. Because we're about to teleport away anyways right now. Now that we have 33 gathering. I saw some people talking in this room earlier too. Like people were having like an entire gathering here last night. Like there was like 8 people in this room or something. I'm not sure what was going on. But you got the meat hole over here. I think this is the funniest one. Because you can crawl under the meat. In this room over here. Yeah, right over here. It's like probably one of the funniest crawl spots in the game. Yeah, you can crawl under the thick meat. And have like a crawl meat party. It's probably my favorite crawl spot in the game. It's just like the weirdest one. Anyways, let's go dunk some bones. But I saw like 8 people having a conversation in this room the other day. While some were also crawling under meat. Not sure what on earth they were doing. Because I was just doing a merchant run. And only got snippets of whatever they were saying. But, yeah, I was very confused what was going on. But something was going on. They were having a meat party. A meet and greet. Oh, no, I forgot. That cuts an extra tile if you do it early. You get to walk to that tile manually before you cut this one. How's it looking, Key? And yep, it's Isabel's birthday today. Happy birthday, Isabel. What innuendo am I drawing? Well, I'm not dropping any innuendo. I'm just saying you can crawl under the meat in this game. There's nothing sexual at all about that comment. In any way that can be misconstrued in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, this isn't going to cut it for XP. But I do need to dunk some of them for future use. These do go all the way down to 0, which means you can use these for 0 to 19. And of course for armor down the line. So I will dunk a few of them right now. But yeah, honestly, I think this is the quickest process out of any of them in the game. It is only 3 tiles to get to the bank. And the speed seems to be pretty much the same. There's only 3 tiles to the bank. I think this is the quickest knowledge of any dunk in the game. Unless the animation's longer or something. And we need to go time it. But assuming it's the same time as the other ones, which it seems like it is. There should be the highest knowledge of any dunk in the game. You don't need gas. And the bank is literally 3 tiles away. It's boom, boom, boom. And then boom, boom, boom back. Whereas smithing is like 7, 8-ish tiles away. And stonemason is like 10-ish, 12-ish. Plus you need gas for all of stone and half of smithing. Whereas this never needs gas ever. I'm not doing all these right now, though. There's some of the ones that we just got. I still got 689 spikes from earlier, too. Well, we did 360 already? Oh, no, some of that was from earlier. That's not all right now. I was going to say, there's no way we did 360 right now. But yeah, I forgot. That was from earlier. Oh, do you want me to sing you happy birthday? Okay, I sing happy birthday, Genki. I mean, Isabel, I mean. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Isabel. Happy birthday to you. Hope you have a wonderful birthday to Isabel. And I'll catch you later as well after the stream. A little bit later. Just gonna grab dinner after this and then probably watch the Game Awards, but just poke me whenever. And I'll stop by. I know you wanted to do Power Word or whatever else it was. But just let me know. We'll be around. But yeah, if any of you guys ever want a happy birthday saying for your birthday, let me know. It started as like a meme on this channel, and now anytime anyone like actually has a birthday, we actually do it. It started as like a joke like 6-7 years ago, and now here we are, having sung it like probably like 500 times by now, if not more. And we're still just as bad at singing. What, did you guys set up like a whole little party area in the game? That's kind of funny if so. But I'll be there. I just need to download it after the stream. I don't want to download it now because it's going to, you know, affect the stream quality. But, I'll download it when I go grab dinner after this. Yeah, this is barely denting our bone rate level. But we're doing these more so for future use, not for our current XP. Yep, and it is indeed. I was just checking it right there. We are indeed getting 3% knowledge per dunk. We already knew this has been fixed for a while. I just wanted to double check. But yeah, we're getting 3% per dunk instead of 0.5. Which of course has been fixed for like over a month now. I just wanted to double check the knowledge thing too. But yeah, it seems like dunking these are quicker than anything else. There's one good advantage of bones. At least the dunking process is really easy. No, I just canceled my dunk. No, why is that a thing? Where's queueable action so that doesn't happen? I just canceled that like the really last second. You gotta go redunk the whole things. I'm not sure how that happens though, physics-wise. I dunked them into the thing, but then they get undunked. Like they were in the vat for the full amount of time, but just because he canceled like just ever so slightly early, they undunked themselves. Somehow getting uncorrupted or whatever you'd call that. Unfried. They unfry themselves. But yeah, overall, yeah, this is really easy. After having done so much stonemason and smithing, this is so free compared to the other two. There's so much you don't have to worry about. The bank is literally on top of you. There's no gas. Just gotta make sure not to accidentally pre-cancel the animation or you should be good. Because we spent like almost 40 minutes yesterday. We timed it. It took oh gosh, why do I forget how long it took? It was 8.1 minutes, I believe it was. It took 8.1 minutes per getting the eels, or getting the slugs, whatever they're called, just things you fill with gas. It took 8.1 minutes to go collect them all, fill them with gas, and that part took about 5 minutes. But then teleport to where you need to get to, and then go and fill up all the gas. Each cycle took just ever so slightly over 8 minutes. And you have to do it 4 times to fill it up. We did it for like 37 minutes yesterday. Or all we did was just fill up the gas chamber for the other thing. Gaining no knowledge, no smithing XP. No, nothing. But yeah, you don't have to worry about that with bone rate. Obviously, once you fill it, you don't need to do it again for a while. Like, I don't need to do that again for like a month or 2 for the Gnome Forge. That's why I did it all at once, so we wouldn't have to do it for like forever. But with bone rate, you just never need to even worry about that to begin with. It's probably like the only really good thing it has going for it. Bone rate has so many things that are so annoying. But the one and only thing that is not annoying with it is dunking the bones. It's like the only process that's actually like really chill. Compared to the nightmare that is the rest of the skill. Yeah, after this inventory, I might just call it for now. We basically achieved every goal I wanted to go do today. We got our level 25 rake with our money. We bought it and now have it. We tested the raking. We tested the bones. I think we're good to go for our weekend grind then. I haven't decided if I want to do 200 yet, though. I think my goal is 111 gatherer. Like, tomorrow's goal will be 50. But I think this weekend, by the end of this weekend, I want 111 gatherer so we can get the better rake. And 200 smithing. I think that's the target. As well as enough knowledge to be able to do the AFK mining activity. Which I'll probably find the rest of off stream. Because I need, oh gosh, maybe we won't get that today, actually. Today's AFK will definitely have to beat the bone rate. I forgot, we need 41. That's like 10 hours of active playing to get there. Give or take a little bit. Which I definitely will not have time to do today. I'll be playing some more today, later today off stream, but not 10 hours worth more. Let's go get him to his AFK activity. We get to make a Wendigo. These actually don't do it in the same room anymore, unfortunately. We actually got to go on a little bit of a walk. The other slight bad thing with bone rate is the other, for both smithing and, what's it called? Both smithing and stonemason. Every AFK activity is in the same room that you would do the activity in. So you can go and, you know, switch between them nicely. The problem is there is 2 bone rate activities that take place completely, like, off the map. Well, not off the map, but one of them is divination, which is all the way in the corner, a billion miles away from where you would do bone rate. And the other one is also a billion miles away, which we're going to right now, is when you make these statues. So we already got to make quite a few cool things here. We got the mammoths, we got the saber-toothed tigers, we got the T-Rexes. T-Rex head was a little small, though. But quite a few fun ones. But now we got the Wendigos, which are something else in this game. Oh, he's making a T-Rex right now. But here's the T-Rex. Let's see. Let's see him make a T-Rex. There we go. Up, little arms, little stubby arms. And there's the T-Rex. But let's go make ours. Yeah, those are all the past ones, but here's the one we actually want to go do. I'll get the first time bonus here. The Wendigo! I think these are in chapter 2. They're that one weird creature, like, south of the main teleport. Like, if you go, like, one room south. Let's see what it looks like. I know what the real one looks like from the game, but, you know. Let's see. Yeah, there's a Wendigo. And also, I think that's the first bone one that is actually based on something in the game rather than like a prehistoric creature. Let's see. Can we see the whole list? I want to see something real quick. Can we see the whole list with past action? Ah, it's kind of hard to tell though. Oh, it's only these 5 actually. These keep getting upgraded. But yeah, you don't get any beyond this 5. You just get a better version of them. But yeah, all the ones are saber-tooth, cat, mammoth, woolly mammoth, triceratops, T-rex, and the only one not based on a past existing creature is the Wendigo from the game itself, which is one of the enemies that you fight in Chapter 2. Yeah, every other one is a prehistoric creature. And then you just keep upgrading. Ben! Oh yeah, this is where you make the dinosaurs if you're wondering where that AFK activity is. Yeah, Bone Rate's weird. Because all of its AFK activities are not in the same room. Divination is all the way in bottom left, where you would go south from the marketplace. The bone one for making these little statue thingies are all the way in the northeast. And the other one is in this one, when you're making like the dice and the cement and everything. But 2 out of 4 of its AFK activities are not in the same room. Whereas every AFK activity for stonemasons in the same room you'd be etching your stones. And every AFK activity for smithing is in the same room that you do the northeast furnace for. Just every single activity is already right there. But yeah, Bone Rate's weird in that regard, as in many regards. It's one of the other weird things with it. It's like spread all over the place. But anyways, guys, but yeah, we'll be back tomorrow for normally scheduled 12 hours, starting around noon Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, the main reason we're going a little bit earlier tonight is the Game Awards are in, what, like 2 hours from now? And I want to make sure and eat and everything before then. And beyond that, of course, Isabel's birthday. So I'll be celebrating that with her and everyone else. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow for our normally scheduled Brighter Shores, with a focus probably on Gatherer and getting our smithing up. Because I really need 193 really badly so we can get 200. Because this is my 2 end goals for this weekend, with Friday technically being the start of that weekend, quote unquote. But yeah, 111 Gatherer and 200 smithing are like our 2 biggest like short-term goals right now. 200 smithing because of course we're Cryo Knight, so we really need it. And 111 Gatherer, most because it's our next tool upgrade. No real reason for that other than I just feel like it's a nice stopping point that's obtainable. Like 111, 112, 115, somewhere around there. Seems like a good place because that's where the whole bone zone is. We get our 5% extra bonus, we get a bone, and then like seconds later we get another bone. Not literal seconds, but you know, that's like an hour grind pretty much to go from 112 to 115, or should be around there. So might as well. So 115 might be our goal then. Just because we're already going to be so close anyways, might as well. Plus the extra 5% will make it a little quicker. On top of the 10% we got today with the good old Rake. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching.